We should be live. Oh, this is our screen. Okay, that's good. We need this. We need up below. Oh, okay. In the end, it worked. Oh, we are on. This is awkward. There we go. I no longer hear my echo. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's not good. What is my notification on Twitch? Oh, it's this. Oh, wait, no, it's this. Huh. Okay. That's good, that's good, that's good. The only thing that's not good is this. Right, got that. Drop this down here and whoops. That's not what I want to do. Not at all what I want to do. Oh, that was the correct link. Oh. Interesting. Anyways, here we go. That's the message. We are now good to go. Everything is live. Everything is good. Wait. Move back in my chair a bit. Let's get started on some dailies and stuff. Okay, just playing out on my speakers. I do want to post this video. Wait, is the Lotus Genesis quest required to... What happened to the Lotus Genesis? Lotus Genesis quest. What the heck does Lotus do? Yeah, okay. 20% final damage reduction. Huh. I never looked at my combat power after doing that mission. No, Billy's around. He just grinded 6 hours, so... He's back in action. He's gonna be popping up later today, I'd assume. I assume he will pop up, but we'll see what happens. Oops, that's not right. Did I like... My screen's off. I think I hit it somehow and like... Something feels off on my screen. Is it sideways? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It feels like my screen's off-centered or something, or like off for me. And I don't know why. But yeah, Billy should be good now that he grinded 6 hours and he didn't complain about any crashes or anything, so I assume he's good, but... The part team. Alright, orange pouch. What the heck? Okay. I think I'm succeeding this one, guys. Got the highest possible roll I could get. Dice roll, dice roll, dice roll. 23 is the cheapest. Alright, well, we go for the 23. I'm pretty sure I just win this, yeah. Glowing, action points. Let's go action points. Blue pouch, nothing. Well, blue pouch it is. Okay, well, we can definitely reroll this bad boy from a 1 to a 3. Why not? Yeah, okay. Team successfully done. Into more blues. Well, the good news is we have an ice team, so go ice team. Nothing. Nothing. Do I care about a glowing pouch? Not really. I'd rather just get this. Okay, well, when offered the choice of glowing or glowings, oh, there's a blue. Okay. How you doing today, Smart, though? What have you been up to? Glowing, 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 glowing. I mean, the last one was so amazing that I can't really complain about the fact that this one is not so amazing. Just finishing minute... Blah, 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 English. You know how to speak it, Rin. Just finished making food, but barely played since yesterday. Okay. Okay, and the final wave is again same blue sets. Okay. It's a blue day, gotcha. Glowing, glowing, and... Practicing a bit of Black Mage and Saren. Ooh, how'd that go? I have no clue what I'm doing. Yeah, so for Black Mage, honestly, of all the bosses I fought in MapleStory, you have to look up stuff for Black Mage. That boss is just a nightmare. They're not a nightmare in the sense when you know what's going on, but there is so much to learn and understand and how to do that, like, blind Black Mage is probably the hardest thing you could try doing in this game. Saren's more understandable. It essentially boils down to dodge everything you can dodge. When light pillars spawn in phase 2, find the one that is slightly higher and duck under it. Now, Billy is adamant that you don't need to duck for it, but everybody else tells me to duck, and Billy tends to kill me the most when we do that. So, you know. Yeah, P1's a nightmare. P1 sucks. P1's probably the least fun experience I've had in any of the bosses I've done. Yeah, so for Banana, the tip I can give you is literally as soon as Banana spawns, it is better to take a single hit of Banana and jump out of the pillar than to face tank a pillar while ducking under it. So try to just look at the thing. And also, if you can just float over it real quick and get to the other side of it, that's usually the best. You're still going to get hit by pillars, don't get me wrong. Because the pillars follow zero rhyme or reason, okay? Zero. But if you're forced to duck, and you have to take a hit from a pillar, and you could dodge the pillar by just getting up and taking a mini-stun, take the mini-stun and get the hell out of there.
Standing in my way?
But yeah, I absolutely hate phase 1. I think it's the, like, if the pillars had rhyme or reason, I wouldn't complain so much. Oh yeah, you definitely have the damage. Your combat power, like I soloed the normal Saren at like 100 mil. So, like, it's not that bad. Hello, Syray. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are you up to today? Haven't seen you around in a bit. Again, Lane, you have work tomorrow? Oh, well, welcome to the stream for the short amount of popping in here. Hopefully you've been doing well since we last saw you. You still playing Frontier or are you playing other games?
If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work, I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making...
Wilds mainly. Oh, okay, okay. You've been enjoying the wild stuff? That's good. And GU? Yeah, never played GU. I'm kind of burnt out of, like, I don't know. I just have no goals in any Monster Hunter right now, so it's, like, hard for me to be motivated to go play them. I feel like that's definitely a game that you need, like... I feel like I have to have a goal to want to play it.
Shoulda known better.
It's kind of like Warframe. I got what I wanted out of Warframe, and then I'm just like, what do now? Managed to talk a friend into it. Nice. Always fun to play with your friends.
If it ticks me off.
First old world Monster Hunter game? Damn. Yeah, I think my first technical old world, Monster Hunter game was literally Frontier. We started off on the hard mode. Alright, Frederick. You're gonna pop up on the Cadena, of course. The one character you don't need. I don't need anything from you from... You're the one that's like, no, I'm gonna pop up each time you kill a boss today. Have fun. Freaking game.
If it ticks me off.
To be honest, I don't even know how I got into Frontier. Actually, no, I know how I got into Frontier. I was playing Rise. And then VVB randomly popped in. And, yeah, VVB, as always. You start to try in, like, third or second grade. Damn, I'm getting old. Aren't we all? Sadly, no one wins that battle. There's only losing in that one. Time decides that you cannot win. But it's the most you make out of it. I've been enjoying life, you know? Having a good time, so... Hopefully the future stays like this. No Kana's ring, eh? No Kana ring today. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with Kana rings on this character. I guess I'm just going for 24s and like crazy rings. Can you... You can't transfer... Actually, I wouldn't even... Yeah, what do I do with Kanas? I guess it would be for Golix to like send it into a Golix. Because this gets replaced by a Guardian Angel. This stays as Golix until the... Oh, I guess no, it would be replacing the Golix ring eventually in the future, I guess. Have I played MapleStory 2? Yes, I really enjoyed MapleStory 2 when it was out. It was really, really fun. Unfortunately, I stopped playing shortly after the second raid came out because I had stuff in WoW that I was doing. I was really big into Mythic raiding at the time. So I started playing that. And then by the time I wanted to go back to it, the game ended its service. Which made me really sad. I do miss it too. It was very unique. It was very fun. I really enjoyed it. I'm sad that it only lived on in Korea. And I think it's now dead. One is very different to two. They may have had the MapleStory name, but they are not the same game. The thing, the thing is about one. Oh, I didn't get any reward points. Okay, so good to know. That's not what I want to click. Why am I clicking this instead of pressing escape? What am I doing? What keeps you in one? There's a very long progression cycle of like just being able to play for a long time in this game. So when you first start off, learning all the systems takes a bit, right? There's a ton of systems in this game that you have to learn, just like almost any MMO exists. Then like the progression, every step of the progression is still useful, even though it's very old. It's still like there. To just put in an example here, can I open this menu? Boss content. So you'll start off with these bosses, right? You're a brand new player. You get to level 100. You're fighting Zakum. Then you have normal Zakum, and then there's a harder version up above. But like these bosses, even though it's 2026, are still relevant to this day, depending on where you're progressing. So like no matter where you're at, the steps don't change. You don't like leapfrog past something. You're still playing it. It's still relevant content. People are still doing it. So like no matter where you're progressing, how you're playing the game, you feel like I'm doing something. The other thing is if you like making like, I know this is not all people like this, but one of the main systems in this game is that you can hard progress one character, but you do need a roster of multiple characters. Because all these things you see here that are called link skills, these come from other characters. So me leveling another character on another, like just leveling up another character grants me their link skill to use. And then there's another thing, I gotta leave this place to show that one off. Thank you for the follow, Mace One. There's also Legion here, which this shows my entire roster of characters and everything I've leveled up. And this is like a massive progression system. Now you might think, oh man, I have to play a lot of alts. They've given a lot of ways to level up characters where you don't actually play these. Like, to show an example, this Dark Knight, or not that Dark Knight's not a good example, but this Page, this Ilium, Blaze Wizard, and Mihail, there are potions that just instantly level up a character to 200, and that's how I got these characters to level 200. I've never played them. I barely did anything with them. So, like, there's a lot of ways to just progress the game. You're always making some goal or progressing to be a bit stronger just by playing the game. Yeah, the Challenger world is what I was talking about with the potions. So it's a separate world. You go on there, you'll do challenges and stuff and like learn to play the game and get a bunch of rewards for doing it. And one of those things is instantly 20 characters to level 20 or 200, which is like quite a big boost. So, like, I don't know. There's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad. Game's not perfect, but no game is. I do need to use these before they expire. Okay, so this character's done for the day. There's just, like... Yeah, new players definitely get a hard time to understand all the systems. Not so much of just, like, playing the game, but, like, learning Legion, learning Link skills, understanding how to make gear, understanding how to do the V-Matrix, the Hexa, whoops, didn't click on this, the Hexa Matrix, like there's so many systems, and it's very overwhelming for new players, but like, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon to learn this game. So you just kind of like, take it piece by piece, you learn a piece of content, and take it slow, you know, don't rush it. And like once you start understanding some of the base building blocks of the game, it's really not that bad. Because like once you understand how to cube, it's the same for every character. The stats you're looking for might change, but the general concept doesn't, like, it's not like, oh, I cube differently on this character compared to this. So like as soon as you start getting some of the building blocks, you're just like set. And like at the end of the day, even if you do something suboptimally, if you're still making progress, you're still working towards, like, you know, you're still getting up there, even if it's not optimal. Relatively new player, the pain is pretty much the first month or two. Yeah, we have a guy called Z, who started up the game not too long ago, and like, he's been progressing and he's been doing bosses and he's like learning the basics of the game and getting better at it, and like, if you're willing to put in some effort, you'll learn the game. I think that's the biggest problem nowadays for a lot of people, is that they play a game to just not think about it, right? Like, when you go play Expedition 33, you're learning the system as you go, but it's not like it's like, holy moly, complexity, this is the hardest game I've ever played type of thing. It's just a nice, chill RPG to play. Depending on what difficulty you play on, but, you know, if somebody's playing on the hardest difficulty, well, you know what you signed up for, bud. But, like, MMOs are not kind to people. They do not handhold, they just kind of throw you in the deep end and they're like, have fun. What class are you playing? Mace 1? Always curious to see what classes people are playing. I assume because you said you're a pretty new player, you probably have a Ren. Yeah. I'm going to take a wild guess and be like, well, a Kinesis main beforehand. Holy moly. You found one of the few people who actually plays Kinesis as a streamer right here. See you later, Sire. Thanks for popping in. Have fun at work. I don't know if that's possible, but, you know. Hopefully you have a good day at least. How far did you get on Kinesis before you swapped over to Ren? And are you excited for the Kinesis remaster that we're getting? $275? Okay, so a decent amount of progress. Considering before this Challenger World, 275 wasn't like you just walk into it. This Challenger World has warped my perspective on AXP. Made me regret the main swap a little. Well, it's not like the Kinesis is dead. You still need Legion champions eventually. You probably haven't really interacted with the system, but the Legion champions here is something you'll eventually have to do. It's not major gains, but you eventually want 6 characters for it. So, Kinesis will still be useful. My yap and attack strategy of doing dailies. Not the most efficient way to do dailies, but it gets done. Yeah, I'm very excited for the remake. I am going to be sad that BPM, like, I actually like this skill. I know a lot of people don't like it because you have to stick on the boss with it. But I've always enjoyed this skill. But I think overall the changes will be way better. There's definitely some clunk with Kinesis. I like the playstyle, but there's definitely some things that are like, yeah, this is clunky. The whole energy management down here, it's not great. It is understandable why they removed it. I think they're eventually going to remove all of these weird energy management systems and just use MP to make it easier for them to balance the game and figure out like how strong a class actually is. But we'll have to see. Because pretty much every special meter class has been removed. At this point, there's... trying to think of all the classes left. Is it only Demon Slayer and Demon Avenger? Can't think of other classes that don't have... that have a special meter now, because Kinesis is getting removed. Yeah, Kana's being an MP class. Have you seen the Kana rework? Or the Hayato rework? Either one of those. Looks like current Kinesis, but smoother. Honestly, the Kana remake looks pretty insane. I watched... Well, I doubt you'll know him as... Well, maybe you know him as Steve. But X3 the Aaron 59, which most people in the community call him Steve instead of that. But he made a video of a 90 million combat power Kana killing Vihila hard in 7 minutes, and I was just watching that, and I'm just like, man, this class looks easy to play. Because, like, your auto does nothing, it seems. You're just autoing to make sure that your summons actually attack at some point and don't go AFK on you. But it's mostly just pressing your buttons and keeping the summons up. And it just looks very chill as a bosser. Kind of like Ren. It reminds me of Ren in that way, where, like, it's just very chill. Yeah, that's a class that I think I'd have to turn off the battle, like, sounds for hits there, because that was intense on that thing. That was some loud sound effects. Oh. Give me my node. Oh, and a Tween Tina portal. Nice. Okay, portal. Oh my god, I would die. God, ride or die at Horntail is just like pain. Pain and suffering is all I hear. On my Cadena, I blow out my eardrums. Even though I'm playing the sound through my speakers and not my headset, it is so absurdly loud. Okay, game. I forgot that I could fall through the platform in Shangro. You know, it's not really something I think about when, you know, you're just kind of actually floating in the sky and you're like, oh yeah, there is ground below me and I'm in the sky. I would just fall through this, yes. Well, I do need to do my Monster Park Extremes and Monster Parks. Okay. So I'm gonna be using it on my Night Lord. I was going through my account to see what I would use it on, because I don't really have characters that I care about, that I need to level up, per se. Did I miss something? Like, how is there no Monster Park Extremes right now? Am I crazy here? Oh, there is one. Okay, surely one of these two groups will accept me into their... Nope. Okay. Yeah. What I was saying was Night Lord, I was going through and I found out that I had a Ghost Ship Exorcist badge on that character. How I got it, I don't remember doing that ever in the past. So I decided I'll just make a Night Lord with it. Right now, my characters that I'm maining is my Cadena, my Ren on the Challenger World, Kinesis, AB. Those are my 4 Legion champs I have right now. There we go. And then from that, potential Legion champs is Aaron, Kali, Corsair, Night Lord that's going to level up, the Wild Hunter remake I'm going to try out with the burn that they give. My Ren is currently level 282. Alright, I will let you take this spot then. I'll go to the other birds. My plan is to get my Ren to 285. And then go back to the Cadena and get that to 285. While working on that goal, I'm also going to be getting my Kinesis to 280 and my AB to 280. And then after that, we'll figure it out from there. I'm not really good at picking a main character. Does this guy just do 0 damage? Oh, this guy does 0 damage. My man's struggling, gotcha. I see the 292 came and attacked it. Boom, level up. Or not level up, but tons of XP anyways. And now to swap channels, so I stopped getting party invites. And time to do its actual monster perks. But yeah, currently working on the run, gonna get that to 285. Once that gets to 285, like I said, we get up. Cadena to 285. In terms of combat power, my Ren is catching up to my Kinesis. It's equal to it with Familiars. So the base gear is still worse. My Cadena is at 209 million with its Familiars, and that is with the current event buffs, so it is lower than that in reality. But that's currently what it is. 132, I believe, on my Kinesis and boss gear. 146, actually. Now with the event buffs and all that jazz. Really, Lightning? You didn't kill the one in the corner, huh? And that doesn't reach far enough. Yeah, so my Kinesis is at 146, 209 million combat power on the... whatchamacallit, the Cadena, 132 mil on the Ren right now, I believe, on Challenger World. And then my AB is slightly behind at 73 mil now. Trying to think here. No, none of my characters have 22 arcanes. I only have a single, or no, this character actually has the only 21s. That is 18 arcanes on, with 119 on the Cadena. This character is the only one I have 21s on, and then the other two are 18s. And then my Ren has full 18s. My Ren doesn't even have 22 CRA yet. Because, tapping hasn't went super great. Actually, I think the Ren only has one 20-star item.
Nope.
We have finally started getting arcanes. Ever since the, like, buff to this event that... Because they messed up the drop rates and then buffed them now. I'm actually making arcanes. So I can actually try to tap them. I have a full set of spares for my Cadena right now. And I'm about to have a full set of spares for my Kinesis to try and tap them to 22s and 21s. On the next Shining Star Force, whenever that happens, I assume there's going to be one soonish. Since they seem to just be throwing them in pretty often now. I hope they keep up with that anyways. What else is there? Yeah, right now it's a weird situation for my Ren, because there's no event, I don't really want to swap over to Superior Golux. And at this rate, I'm going to have 4 set pitched before I can even swap into Golux gear. One of those being a Dreamy Belt. It's a very weird situation with my Ren's gearing right now.
Bye. Thanks. Heads up.
Oh, come on. Lightning, why are you being such a failure today? You keep leaving like a straggler in the back. I know I'm just auto-attacking and mostly relying on the lightning here, but like, usually you do pretty good. It's kind of crazy that we're getting the Hayato and Kana remaster so quickly, though. But I guess it makes sense, because they did release the Ascend skill, and it's like, well, we kind of need to add that to the game, so here's the remasters real quick. because it's going to happen on February 4th. At least, it'd be weird if it wasn't on the 4th that we get the remasters, because that's when they get their Ascent skills, and like, ain't no way they made 2 different versions of the Ascent skill. One for old Kana and then one for new Kana and Hayato. There's also, I'm curious if they're going to bundle together every single patch note that we got. Because Korea had like the 3 big patches of like changes to the game to buff attack, like reduce action delay for all the classes. So I'm very curious if we're just getting one mega bundle with that on the 4th. Or if we're going to have pieces. Because right now, no matter what, we already missed one of them. Because with the release of First Adversary is the start of that balancing stuff. So, clearly that one's going to happen on the 4th. I'm kind of sad it didn't happen in time for the during this patch. Because I was looking forward to a lot of the changes. But, it is what it is. One of the nice quality of life is that you can just auto buff weapon aura for warriors now. Because it's just 100% uptime. I currently auto buff it because I'm lazy. And like, it's not that much downtime currently. That like, unless you're min clearing a boss, it really won't affect you. So I just auto buff it. But that's going to become permanent, so I don't even have to think about it anymore. And there's no downside. And just reducing the action delay of all the classes is going to be very, very nice. Because, like everybody else, Ren kinda smooth compared to every other class in the game. So it makes sense that they're making that better. Seriously, BPM, how did we miss this? Yeah, hopefully after the action delay stuff for all the other classes feel like way better to play. Because like, Ren is just so responsive. Like, no matter what you're trying to do, what you're trying to pull off in any moment in time, like, it just snap instantly does it. Oh, you need to cancel your auto and duck? There's no delay on your auto. You're just hurricaning and you can insta-cancel, duck, and then go right back into hurricaning, and there's no delay whatsoever. It feels so nice. Meanwhile, Kinesis here. A little bit of delay, you know, it's not like instant. Also, the pickup animation for doing your attack as Kinesis is kind of annoying. Very happy that's gone. Unfortunately for my Kinesis, I do not have a good ring of restraint yet. And by that I mean, I don't have a ring of restraint. I've got a continuous 3 and a continuous 3. I've got all the continuous 3s I could ever want, and I have 3 weapon jump rings and a 4, being one of those. But no ring of restraint, which apparently after the remake, we're a 65% burst, 35% DPM class, which currently it's more like 55-45 or something like that, I believe. But it's definitely going to hurt the continuous users. Which, hopefully before the remake, I just have the ring pop up. You know, it would be nice. Sadly, my ring box luck ain't so great on this character. Has a con 3, a ring of restraint 4, and a weapon jump 3. Damn. At least you're set for every possible situation. You're just missing a weapon jump 4, but that's like... okay. You know? Okay, go down here. What other classes have you enjoyed playing, or have you not really played too many classes and just mostly played Kinesis and Ren? Yeah, I haven't. So I just got Ring of Restraints, pretty much, because my Cadena had Continuous I was using for the longest time. And then I got a Ring of Restraint. So I'm learning how to ring swap. Let me tell you, it don't happen 99% of the time. Hello, VVB. The man who knows nothing of MapleStory, but still pops in. How you doing? How's your day going? Any random stories of work stuff and crazy things happening? Oh yeah, I forgot this team, like, completely failed. It was Dayful. Yeah, VVB just says random stuff. Don't worry about it too much. Man doesn't play MapleStory, so anytime we talk about MapleStory stuff, he's just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Morocco finally lost in the Africa Cup. Now, are you happy about that or sad about that, VVB? Oh, okay. I mean, I'll take 1,000 XP coupons. Sure. Can't give less of a fuck. Yeah, that's what I know. Kind of what I expected out of you. Currently, top one is Ren, then AB, Shade, and Kinesis. Okay. I've not really played Shade. AB, well, obviously I have an AB. iShow Speed is sad about Morocco losing. I don't watch iShow Speed at all. To be honest, the first time I saw iShow Speed in any video or anything, just to confirm that this is the right guy I'm talking about. Yeah, was in a Weston Chaplin video. That was the first time I saw him. And I was like, oh, this guy. I knew who he was. It's not like I lived under a rock and I'm like, I've never heard of him before. But definitely isn't somebody I was following. Oh, wait, well, hold on, game. This counts as a town area for the purpose of Mystic Frontier? What the hell is Golix made of? What is this shenanigan boss? Like, how? Sorry, mini rant of, like, ridiculous here.
It starts now. Finale finish.
Actually, I was talking about that with Syray earlier, of, like, I was like, how did I even get into Frontier? How did I learn about it? And then I remembered, oh yeah, VV randomly popped up while I was playing Rise. And that's how I learned of Frontier existing. And that was my first old gen game for Monster Hunter. We started off on the hard mode. It's actually, to this day, the only old-style Monster Hunter I've played.
Still blind to the difference between, I suppose.
Alright, Arcarium, do you have a present for me?
If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work,
The answer to that is no.
feel a slight
No
pang
present
of
for me.
guilt making you suffer.
To be honest, I don't even remember the context of doing arenas.
Feel it in your heart. With endless power.
A Dawn Warrior, okay, okay.
Feel it in your heart.
The original Crayon Eater class, as everybody calls it. I honest, definitely no longer got that title.
Feel it in your heart.
It has also been nerfed a bit since that timeline. It's still a strong class, but it is no longer the, holy moly, this class is giga strong for how little effort it takes. Still good. Playing a lot of handless classes. Honestly, like, the classes that are easier to play, you're probably going to do more damage on than, like, me on my Cadena when I'm running a boss, right? So it's, like, way easier to just play the game on those classes. Yeah, that new Kana looks pretty insane. That new Kana looks like Ren's got to run for its money here in terms of, like, ease of play. Like, as long as you press the buttons and duck, you're good. Also, auto attack once in a while. Yeah, the auto attack on Kana looks ridiculous. Let me take this wet toilet paper and throw it at your face. Like, honestly, the image in my brain of the Kana's attack is like, you have a young kid just throwing toilet paper at mobs, while the three, like, older sisters are just, like, literally handling all of the stuff. And they just praise her like, yeah, you're doing great. Don't worry about it. That's the mental image I've formed in my head of, like, that class. It's just... You don't do anything as the Kana herself. You just exist. Oh my god, yeah. Current Kana is unplayably annoying. Okay, so I burned Kana to 260 to troll my friend Billy. Because his first main in this game was a Kana. Way back in the day when Kana was still, like, pretty strong. So nowadays it is a very strong class, but before it was, like, right as the height of Kana was coming down and it was getting into its really bad day. And he never got that to 260. So I decided I'll hyperburn it to get it to 260 to troll him, because I got my Kana to it first. I got my Kana to 260 before he did. But holy shit, is that a clunky class to play right now. Like, I don't understand the hell I'm doing with it. And I don't care to learn. If there wasn't a remake, maybe I would have put some effort to learn it, but, like, ain't no way I want to learn that thing. I'm also not partial to blink classes that much. I don't like blinking. I like flash jumping. So that didn't help anything. But, you know, we'll give the new Kana another try when it comes out. I'm not going to say no to trying it out. Well, it's like, there's so many clunky things, right? Like, oh, you use a sequence? Oh, you didn't have enough mana? Your sequence fails partway through. Gets messed up. It's like, okay. Oh, every attack you do? Yeah, you better be canceling with Tengu and using Tengu to, like, at full optimal usage here, or else you're not doing damage. It's like, how do we go from this to this? You know, it's like, holy shit. We went from clunk central and crazy animation canceling to, I'm looking at the roses while the boss dies in the background to my summons. Very different class. Oh, I've killed the 300 mobs. Whoops. Unfortunate class in GMS now seems to be Blaster. Super sweaty class in bottom 5. Yeah, Blaster not doing so hot right now.
Your superstar is here.
You bought that book for nothing, finished the quest though? Unfortunate. Ah, there's a hidden way in his house using a rope and get the book to finish the quest in the chest. I see. Yeah, me and Raz have been playing a game called Apogea. It's in like an open beta right now. Imagine RuneScape, but like with EverQuest questing and stuff like that. Like giga old school, like MMO style. 7 damage bone dagger? Holy moly, okay. Seems pretty good. Unfortunately, right now for Apogea is there's way more people trying to play it, so the queue times are pretty long to get into the server most of the time, unfortunately. If you do want to play it, just be aware of that. It is on Steam. But yeah. Like I was saying, I feel bad for, like, at least with Cadena, right? Super Sweaty class does good damage. Look at that Blaster. Super Sweaty class, right behind us, if not, like, more sweaty in some ways. Doing Z DPS.
With endless power!
See ya, Mace One. Enjoy your sleep and have a good rest of your night. Thanks for ringing it out, and thank you for the follow again. Hope to see you around.
Feel it in your heart!
We're almost done. It's 464, yep. Yeah, I feel like Lynn's gonna get hit with the double kneecap at some point, like Kana did. But we'll see what happens with that class. GMS classes, you never know what happens.
With endless power!
Mercedes, oh, okay.
With endless power! With endless power!
See you later. Yeah, Mercedes is a class I didn't mind playing it. Though sadly for my Mercedes, because of the Night Troop event, I leveled that to 250. Well, it's technically 260, right? And this thing is kind of dead in the water. Maybe I give it some gear and make it into a boss mule. I should probably move you up in the list and give you some arcanes. Actually, I do have an arcane weapon right now. I could give you arcane and start giving you Abso. I think that's the next character to get that stuff. Or I give Wild Hunter an arcane weapon. Probably give the Wild Hunter the arcane weapon over it. Arcane weapon here first, then Mercedes gets an arcane weapon. Because, yeah, again, we're back in the situation of I have too many arcane weapons and nothing to give them to. When did I get an experience? Okay, I have a lot of random stuff here, I see. Say, Shade's your next class to go arcane weapon. A lot of people really like Shade. I don't know, I just never got into that class. But I haven't played it since the remaster, so I don't actually know how it plays anymore. Played OG Shade. Or Wind Archer. Wind Archer's pretty fun. I will not say anything bad about Wind Archer. We have, I don't know if she's still the number 2 Wind Archer. She'd pop around every now and then with Alana. Is she on right now? Nope, she's not on. Surprisingly not on. Usually Alana's always AFK. In some sauna or some form of free XP thing. But that person, it's a continuous class? Yeah, that means you're definitely going to have to be more uptime with that, no matter what. My biggest complaint about being a Wind Archer, or playing Wind Archer in the past, can't really say I'm a Wind Archer considering mine's 210, but it is another person that's in contention for the 6th spot and 5th spot of my roster of Legion champs. Because this is going to be the next Hyperburn after the Night Lord. But it's a very fun class. Its farming is also very chill. Okay, well I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm going to be right back. BRB. Alright, I'm back. AB has done this. Let's go do Monster Park Extreme. Blue slimes, alright. Got our spot.
Twinkly! With love.
Apparently I missed a single blue slime on the first spawn. Not like it really matters, considering they come in sets of 15. Did we lose a person? No. How am I the one killing these? How did you... Wait, how... Man, this guy did what happens to me every now and then. He went the world tour till he found a spot. Alright, well, I'm gonna sit over here and see if the boss pops up. Nope. Nope. Nope, no boss. Oh. I forgot that the portals don't have a bottom portal. They just go up and to the before last area where the actual jump pads are. Alright, well that's that done. We did send out the Mystic Frontier thing, right? Oh yeah, this is the one I figured out that that place is considered a town. Let's go do the Corsair dailies. And after the Corsair dailies, we go on to the Ren and just grind a little bit and do some stuff over there. Still will never get over the fact that that's the Black Mage music being played with his little ads. I wonder if this class is a continuous class. This must be a continuous class, right? This other guy is having a sad realization that I'm a Corsair and I'm winning the war of clearing mobs here. Freaking Corsair. I assume Corsair is a continuous class.
Hello, target. No stopping. Hello, target.
I haven't actually looked into that. I just don't see how it couldn't be a continuous class with how much of its damage is just always outgoing.
Dead on target.
It's like you're always pressing buttons in this class. Let me go look at this. Where is my Corsair Discord? There it is. Oz rings.
Cut. So
Huh.
many bullets. No stopping. No stopping. So many bullets. No stopping.
Never mind. It is just still ring restraint. That's crazy.
No stopping.
Man, how bad are the classes burst that ring is, or continuous ring is your best option? Like, this class doesn't feel like I don't know, it just doesn't seem to have that damage profile considering everything's such a short cooldown that you're always like just blasting it out. So I thought for sure this would be a class that doesn't
I'll lead. You follow.
favorize that type of style and just go continuous, but nope. Still Ring of Restraint blasting. I guess it is the caveat if you're low Hexa. So I guess we turn into way more of a bursty class as we get our Hex up.
Hello, target.
Which is an interesting thing, because I didn't really realize, like, a Hexa could affect that much.
Hello, target. No stopping. So many bullets. Focus. So many bullets.
Did we both, did me and this guy just have the exact same setup for what maps we farm on? For our dailies? Like,
No stopping. So many bullets.
alright, let's see, is he gonna pop up here?
Focus. I'll lead. You follow. No stopping.
Have I finally lost him? I think I finally lost him, guys. I think we picked different maps for this.
I'll lead. You follow.
Okay, and now we go to this map.
I'll lead. You follow.
Hmm. Oh, we activated the proc. Alright, well, map wipe has arrived.
So many bullets.
Easy clearing.
So many bullets.
Okay, and now we get the last little guys here.
Get on target. I'll lead. You follow. I'll lead. You follow. No stopping. There's no dodging this.
Wait, it's not the last little map. I have the 260 map. I have to do Cernium. There we go. Finally registered the correct map location for farming. Wait, that's the wrong spot for those. Damn, the Megumi? I think it's Megumi, or is it Megumin? How did I forget her name? But the Megumi android, unless it's the outfit. Actually, it might be the outfit. Let's see, where's that Ilium at? Did we lose that person? Thought it was this guy. We did in fact lose the Megumi person. I see him. Okay, they were doing a daily.
Hello, target.
Oh, I know, it's right here. It isn't it?
So many bullets.
What is following them? How did I? Yeah, what is this? Cash shop. Oh, it's a cash shop android thing. I see.
So many bullets. Focus.
That's how they have it. Because I was like, dude, how do they have this android and they're still Like, it's a 262, right? I was like, there's no way you're still doing Cernium and you have that, because that's a very old crossover at this point. To still be at these levels. But now it makes more sense. It's a cosmetic item I didn't know existed. There are definitely some cosplays, crossovers and just like events that I'm sad that I missed over the years that I didn't experience. And sadly, once they pass by once, they don't really pass by a second time too often, if at all. I don't know if we've ever had it come back after having a crossover. I'm not sure about that. It's a fragment. Let's go.
So many bullets.
Oh shit, we do have an upgrade. Let's go. Yeah, look, we're trying to work on its nodes, okay? The node situation here is desperate. We're working on it, okay? I gave it fragments this week, not realizing, oh yeah, I'm doing the same mistake I did with my Kinesis. I don't have the nodes upgraded to even be able to upgrade anything.
So many bullets. No stopping. So many bullets. So many bullets.
Alright, and that is that daily done. Let's grab ourselves this nice little XP here. And that is this character done. Kinda forgot that I have to use that VIP booster on this. I'll use that tomorrow. Hello, Ren. Oh, we already did everything on the Ren. Huh. Okay. Guess we just farm for a bit then. Do that, do this. Holy moly, inventory problems are real on this server. Hard cubes. Do I have anything that needs hard cubes in this inventory? Technically, we do have something that could use a hard cube, I just realized. I know I'm going to transfer into it, but... Okay, there we go. Come on, give me unique. You know, it's just for farming. I don't really care. It's something to chuck cubes at. What the hell is that? Triple epic? Yeah, if we roll a strength line, alright, we're just done with you. I just realized I'm actually so broke. It's crazy. Like, I'm actually so broke. It doesn't even make sense anymore. Okay, that's that. Let's get some XP. XP. Sequence, what are we rocking here? Everything good? Yeah, everything's good. Alright, let's start this up here. Drop this. Okay, and wealth and XP. Boom.
Make way. A drop in the sea. Dance! You can always run. Scatter! Dance!
Still a little stretch here. I do still have some water left. Nice. Ah. There's something refreshing about just drinking some water. Which is probably the dumbest sentence I've ever said in my life. Of course it's refreshing. That's the whole point of water, Rin. But, you know, compared to like drinking other liquids, I guess I should say like juice and stuff like that. There's just something about water that just really refreshes me compared to those.
Scatter!
What's my current Mapei node on this kit? Wrong thing.
Dance!
Mapei node is Meso obtained 20 seconds till the 22nd. Okay, so we got a ways to go for that.
Scatter! Dance! Dance! Scatter!
May the greater blessing of the guild be with me.
Splinter! Dance!
What's a fragment? We're at 9 out of... I believe... Yeah, I don't think it ever goes above 20 for the last steps. I don't think the last steps are like 30 or something crazy. I think it's just 20 all the way for Hexa stats. Got 4 more upgrades to do. Currently 5, 5, 6. Can we turn it around? Can we make it something better? We'll find out. Technically, it could be a 9, 5, 6, and that'd be amazing. I don't think that's going to happen, but, you know. It is better than my second node, though, of this being 3. For at least the top line, so no matter what, this doesn't have to swap. The only thing I could potentially swap is these two. Having to swap the attack power to the crit damage place. Because we're not matching this one. And this one is, yeah. There's not much changing in our Hexa stats here other than those 2 lines, even if it rolls very good.
Dance! Dance! Devour! Splinter!
What bossing do I have left? I have 3 boss mules to do with the, like, 260s. We have the duo, the 2 black mages, the Sarens. We still got quite a bit this week. Next week, I'm going to do my black mage on the Ren. Because I have that drop potion that I want to combo with it. And then outside of that, yeah, that's pretty much it. Ah, I fell off.
You can always run. Scatter.
Oh yeah, my familiars. I should try leveling this guy up. Oh god, I forgot how bad the last one was. Blech. Oh, I just did it. Yep, I just did that. That's high for foot soldiers. Guess we're leveling up a foot soldier.
Splinter.
Fusion. Select all. Guess our next one to level up is a foot soldier. Because I just made the mistake of using that card. Okay, you go in there. First, we get you.
Splinter. Splinter. Scatter. Splinter.
Let's get 21 of these cards. It's purple, so surely it just goes up, right? Right? I believe in you, purple.
Scatter.
I had too much faith in you, I'm sorry. Surely it goes up this time, though, right? There we go. Okay. Get this to level 5. If all your familiars on the active have a different -2 dice multiplier 1.8x. Different element team though. Do I have a way of, do I have a different element team right now? I don't think I do. I've got the bird squad.
Splinter.
Well, this would work well with this. Well, this would be a lot of minus items, but that's a lot of bonus. If I could get a big multiplier, or a big dice total. Same dice. Nothing there. Nope. 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 If I have a light... Oh, but then it would be the same type element here. Yeah, it doesn't work for that. Yeah. You have potential in the future, but do I really want to keep a purple? And cap myself with that? I'm probably just going to reroll you, honestly. Like, you're a good line, but you're... I'd rather just get uniques and just make it so that it's min-maxed to shit. If I get a good one, it just has to be, like, unique. Probably stop checking the purples. Just check their potentials. So I guess I could get a GG purple. No, I'll keep checking them, but... I don't know. Oh, yeah, that reminds me, I need to kill 3,000 mobs and claim the check-in thing here for Queen Tina. Oh, apparently it worked.
Splinter.
Only 2 more weeks of despair with Ride or Die. 2 more weeks of pain and suffering, and then we're done with that. So technically, if you're going for the Legion block, you're done sooner than that. Because next week will be your last week of doing that. Oh, guys, I'm making huge progress on the Destiny Liberation. I'm at 12 out of 2,000. $373 attack power. Versus how much is mine currently? 340. So 34 attack power. Just for existing.
Scatter. Splinter.
No, I think I'm just gonna keep you. The more I think about it, the more I'm just thinking that it's probably better to just keep this guy around for his thing. Let's lock you. Because you combo with this guy, so it would be this guy with you, and then we just need somebody that would give a bonus in some shape or form. But that'll be very far in the future, because we have to get out of these maps. That's going to be like a 290 thing, though. 285 thing. Like, that's pretty far off. That's kind of crazy to think about.
Splinter.
Yeah, no, I'm instantly rethink that decision. Thought that I need to be 285 plus for that to even do anything like that. Yeah, I'm gonna get better than that. Hello, Sawi. Going pretty well. Just doing some standard grinding. Finished up the dailies. Now we're just doing this till reset time, and then at reset time we got some bosses. Got 2 black mages, 3 Sarens. And ooh, Lord, that yawn. And then a full duo of C10E.
Dance.
How you doing, Sai? How goes the grind? You got any good boxes today? Anything exciting? The journey to 295 continues for you. I'm gonna have to go shovel later today. That's gonna be fun. Late night shoveling. Let's go. Little grind plus boss practice. Oh, that is true. That I did kind of forget that. New boss has come out, so you do in fact have to practice and kill him. Yeah, I'll get back on that tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, I think tomorrow is when we're going to restart our practice on First Adversary. Unless something comes up. I might just go solo practice it by myself if something does come up, but...
Scatter. Scatter. Scatter.
We'll see what happens. P1 plus P2 are decent at the moment. That's good, that's good. The fact that you say decent and nothing mentioned about P3. Ooh, okay. Still got to get the P3 down. P3 is messy.
Splinter.
Do you think you're going to get a kill this week, or is it looking unlikely to be a kill this week? Treasure chest. I don't mind if I do. Maybe? Okay, well at least it's a maybe. It's not a guaranteed like, nope. Always better to have a maybe than it's not happening.
Dance.
That's exciting though.
You can always run. Dance.
Wonder who's gonna be the first person to get a medal from the extreme.
Scatter. Scatter. Devour.
Oh yeah, it's not potentialable metal, it's just a flammable metal.
Splinter.
Which is still gonna be a massive upgrade. I do like the fact that they're finally adding items to like replace the weird slots. Now if only they could do this one right here, you know, this badge here, giving that potential to all the badges, that would be nice. Give the ability for Black Mage Genesis badge to have potential. Smile. Because this 7-day Monster Park badge, it's you know, existing. Not like I'm going to be anywhere close to getting to Extreme anytime soon, but... You know, it's always nice to have those chase goals and be like, oh, I'll get that in the future. Got a lot of progress to do on my characters before we get there. A lot of gear needed.
Dance.
Yeah, I swear somebody came and messed with my screens or something's going on today. My screens just feel off. What the hell did I do to them?
Scatter.
Okay, let's go check this out.
Scatter.
Oh yeah, so well, I guess yeah. No, I was about to ask you if you watched the Kana video from Aaron, but
Splinter.
I don't believe Solid cares much about alts.
Dance.
I can't imagine most people who are going for 295 care much about like they're just so hard focused on their main at that point to get to 295 that I don't think you can care about anything else. I still feel bad for the one guy who was a Lumi, who came in when we were talking about the Lumi like changes, and how he was like 292 or 293 or something, and he's like, yeah, I'm just swapping off Lumi with these changes. And I was like, damn, you know a class doesn't look good in that situation when somebody of that caliber, like that high up, is giving up on the class. Not sure. There's others who might be positive about it, but you know, it's like pretty demoralizing to look at a class and see somebody do that.
Splinter.
Maybe it's not as bad as they think it's going to be, but still not the situation I'd want to be in. Oh, 12 fragments, okay.
Scatter. Scatter.
Hello, Starry. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Yeah, I think this is the funniest I've read to something in a while. Because one guy is like, because somebody, how do I say this?
The sword.
So it's a Maple Story Reddit thread that I'm reading through. I like to browse the Reddit. And
Scatter.
it's saying like, I don't understand how these people spend thousands and thousands on dollars on a game when when you have to sneeze, but that it could go end of service in like next week for all we know. And then just like the guy's like, the chance of GMS actually going end of service at this moment is so low that they probably don't even consider it. It's like saying, how can you walk outside with an umbrella during a storm when you can get struck by lightning? Like, could Nexon go under? Yeah, I mean, all companies have that potential. But I don't think Nexon's in that position of being worried about that stuff right now. I think they're doing pretty well for themselves. Not good. I was trying to fill the whole page of monster collection, but it's 3 stars that require a certain powerful monster. Yeah, those are the rough ones. Those are really annoying to get. Billy did like, he did the seal in Rihanna Strait, and he leveled, like hard leveled from 30 to 70 in there on like 4 or 5 characters to get that seal. So those can definitely be very, very painful to get. Boop.
Scatter. Scatter.
Gonna have to rebuff soon.
Years uncounted. Dance.
You tried to use a character with the necessary levels to get it faster, that backfired. Yeah, I don't know how much more percent chance it is to capture, like, monster collect something if it's around the level of the monster. Like, I don't know how much influence that actually has. I'm not much of a monster collector, to say the least. I haven't really looked into the stuff. I know there's that massive Google document for, like, everything you need to know about monster collection that floats around. But outside of that, I'm pretty not known. There. Wow, I am bad at English today. Like, I just cannot speak sentences today. Like, anything I say is just the most broken English ever.
Dance.
Do, 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 do.
Dance. Dance. Dance.
Hello, is my familiar up? You level 5 yet? You're level 5, alright. Hot swap, go! Do, 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 do.
The heart cuts.
Alright, apparently there's a new patch for KMS that got translated here from the Orange Mushroom blog. Let's start looking through this and see what's going on. Okay, the common core stuff, all stuff we knew about already. 15 fragments, okay. I'll replace my summons, and I'm also gonna have to rebuff here.
Splinter. Scatter. Splinter.
Oh, there's actually no level 10 skill for Soul Hakade. Okay. I was curious about that. Because I know that, like, I was talking about it, and then I wasn't sure if it did get something at level 10, but it does not get anything extra at 10. You got a few added? Yeah, the Monster Collection thing is probably the longest marathon in this game, honestly, to actually complete. I don't think there's many people who actually have a 100% collection log of that. Or even, like, that many that have a high collection log of monster collections. Just because that's, like, very grindy to do. $532. Yeah, I think it's like 1,438 or something like that, right, is total? It's like pretty high up there. And some of them are like just RNG to get, in the sense that you can't even go farm it. You have to just like monster bloom them.
Splinter.
The thing is about the monster blooms though is if you do hit the pool and all you have left is those, it can only hit those. That is one upside. As you get higher up, the monster blooms when they do hit will be very accurate. The whole page is a bigger reward? Yeah. I don't actually know what the rewards... I think they're pretty minor nowadays for the rewards of, like, explorations and doing all that.
Dance.
Because I can't remember exactly what, like, the high reward was, because that's a very outdated system nowadays compared to all the newer stuff. They haven't really touched Monster Collection or even talked about it in a very long time. You have 32 rows completed with 532 monsters. Yeah, I have no idea how many I have. Pretty sure you're ahead of me in monsters, though. Because I don't really go out of my way to monster collect stuff. Like I said, I haven't sent them out on a collection mission in like months, it feels like.
Dance.
Mystic Frontier came out and I just...
Splinter.
didn't care about it.
Scatter.
Especially because the rewards were so like, eh. I don't even know what would be like a good reward from that system at this point. How is Lumi getting nerfed again? I thought Lumi was in a really bad state in KMS right now. Guess I was wrong. Guess they're strong or something, because she got nerfed in this patch. For the newest KMS patch. 50% on Memorize. 50% on Liberation Orb. 20% on Eyes. These skill names are not translated correctly. But like, and then I believe this is their Ascent skill just got nerfed by 100% on each level pretty much. It's crazy. You need an overwhelming Dark Executor to complete your first page. That's in the Isver area. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying to get. Because it's like, okay, I need to kill these mobs, spawn an elite mob, and the elite mob needs to roll correctly. RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG for that one. Because then even if you spawn it, it's like Billy said, he got the correct seal like 4 or 5 times before he actually monster collected it. Which is insane. For those like super rares. It's like rolling a dice. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much gambling. It is gambling, essentially. Though with, like, just spending time instead of money, you know? If you gamble good in this case, you spend less time doing the system. If you gamble badly, well, it's a lot more time. Yeah, oh, Kinesis. Alright. Every time I drop my summons, you spawn, huh? Every time. Which makes sense, but it still annoys me.
The sword sings. The heart cuts.
Alright, now I get to put my summons down, and I also get to upgrade my Hexa stats. Let's go! Alright, Hexa stat. What do we roll here? What are we getting? What are we getting? Enhance. Big hit. Okay, crit damage.
Splinter.
Not exactly a big hit that we want. We want the top line, but it is what it is. We accept, we accept. And you are level 4. Okay.
Splinter.
So having a half hour to kill. Good luck, good luck. You might get it. You never know. It just takes once, you know? Thing just has to spawn, you kill it, and it gets collected, and you're done. You switch mobs. Well, either way. Still applies no matter what mob you're killing. It's like, well, you're either going to get it or not. And hopefully in your case, you get some decent monsters in this last half hour. See something here. Yeah, okay, you're about to level up. Did you pick up a free stone droplet today? Nice. Yeah, those are RNG drops that can drop while you're in the Arcane River maps. It's one of the few things that's like they're rare drops that no longer exist in Cernium and above.
The sword sings. The heart counts.
Another monster. Nice. Congrats, congrats. I never replied to Justino, actually. Farming. Reward a special monster bloom. I think those just give you specific monsters, though.
The sword
Right? I don't
sings.
think they have,
The
like,
heart cuts. Splinter.
anything special other than it's just like, oh, this is just a unique way to get these certain monsters that are missing on the page. Yeah, because there was definitely a few times where I'm like, how the heck did you get this? And then when you look into it, it's like, it's a special monster bloom from doing other completions. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Whereas were you with, like, unique lines and stuff? Well, not unique lines, but other things you need a completion log.
Splinter.
The buff manager thing has been added, okay.
Focus. There. A drop in the sea.
Oh, that weird bug is back. Internet just crashed. Man, your internet's not having a good time recently.
Scatter.
Because I feel like it was just a few days ago you had other internet issues. Hopefully that gets sorted out soon enough for you and like stops being a problem and goes back to normal. There wasn't really too much. It was like just a few balance changes that some classes in this patch note for KMS. Mostly just the new stuff being added.
Dance. Scatter.
Yeah, this guy should be level
Splinter.
5. Yep, he is. Okay, we're gonna go into fusion.
Scatter.
Okay, and then we need 37 plus 1. Gives me that. There we go. You are ready to be leveled up. Now let's go to info and see what you are. Unlock potential. Terrible. And for this shits and giggles, if you have a plant type familiar.
Splinter.
I don't know if a single plant type exists in the future maps I'm going to. There might be one. But I don't think there is. Actually, I'm thinking of, like, elements. Because I could check the badges. Let's go scope this up. Nope, not looking good for plant types. What does a plant type even look like? Yeah, it is a leaf. Okay, yeah, no. We are not going to see a plant type for a long time, so that is completely garbage.
The sword sings. The heart cuts. Dance.
Boom, 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 activate everything, we're blasting.
All my heart. Splinter. Scatter.
What the?
Scatter.
Okay.
Dance.
Oh. I forgot that every time I get a follower, I get an email from Twitch about that.
Dance.
I can't even imagine. Man, that must be so much. You must be able to disable that for bigger streamers. I can't even imagine Asmongold with how many followers he gets. His email would just be jam-packed with that. Hundreds of thousands of emails per year, just in followers for him. Let's see what's going on in the other Reddits and the games I play. Alright, we're gonna activate another booster here.
Splinter. Scatter. Splinter. The sword sings. The heart cuts.
Man, I don't know what it is today. I'm just in one of those, like, cozy... I don't know, everything just feels cozy right now. I'm, like, not falling asleep, but... it just feels so comfortable in my chair. It's crazy. Feels like I'm wrapped up in a blanket right now, and I'm all snug and, like, cozy in my bed. But I'm just sitting in my chair. Is it really cold outside today? Yeah, I've never equipped gold, Raz. I didn't even know that was a thing. I have the rope equipped in one of the slots, so I assume that's the candle slot. Yeah, I always have a light equipped. Right now I've been using it as my offhand, but I was going to move it to the rope slot.
Dance.
Yeah, I thought I had to have the rope equipped, so I guess I did learn something unintentionally. Didn't realize you could use the rope from your bag, but yeah. That's like a pocket slot or something, right? You can just seem to be able to put any item in there. Yeah, it's pretty bad, because you're replacing your shield or offhand dagger, which is very bad. Oh, fuck. I just went to look at the weather, and the thing I see is a snow squall, 10 to 20 centimeters, 2 hours ago. So I'm gonna have to shovel tonight, and then shovel again tomorrow. I already had the shovel in the first place, but now I'm gonna have to double shovel. It's a shovel-sumption.
Dance.
Yeah, this year's shaping up to be like last year in terms of snow so far. We have had to shovel quite a few times. It's not been very fun. But it is what it is. At least it's not super cold. Okay, it's not super cold yet. What the fuck? I just looked at them. Okay. We're definitely shoveling today. Gotcha. Because tomorrow is supposed to be negative 30 at its lowest, then negative 31. Then we're back to negative 17, then 24, 34, 34, and so on. I see a theme here that I'm not happy to notice. It's gonna get real cold real quick in these upcoming days.
Azure Dragon.
It sucks.
And split the heavens.
The power of their sword is still linked. present lingering around. I am Celsius.
Scatter.
Though, if we get a bit colder, it won't matter which one I'm referencing to. Smile.
Scatter.
Oh, I guess no, negative 50 is still not equal. Is it negative 60?
Splinter.
No. Wait, when is it? When is Fahrenheit and Celsius the same? Oh, it's negative 40. Ah. I thought it was higher than that. So, yeah. Literally very close to the point where I could have said negative 40 and I'd be the same for both. And if there's any wind on those negative 34 days, it's going to be colder than that.
Dance. Splinter.
Welcome to Canadian weather, where sometimes it gets really cold. And in the And in the summer, sometimes it gets really hot. We're on both ends of the extreme sometimes. But I don't think we ever go, like, our summers are still less bad than you equator people.
Dance.
You visited Canada during the summer years ago? Yeah, depending when you visited, the summer can be, like, very nice. Or I guess if you're used to heat, always nice. Or, like, I don't know where you, like, what the temperature's like where you live, how hot it gets. Because for a lot of people, I'll say our hot temperatures of, like, plus 30 degrees Celsius and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, that's nothing. I'm like, yeah, well, for me, when we go, you know, our winters go to negative 40, and then our summers can go up to plus 40. It's quite the shift per year, okay? It's rough. We're not used to the extremes, okay?
Splinter.
Like I always say, the thing that hits me the most when we have temperature shifts is when it goes like, you know, like it was, last week was a good example. We had a day where it was like -3 outside, and then the next day went to negative like 24 or something like that. That's a 20-degree shift, okay? That is rough on the body all of a sudden. You're not like, ain't nobody gonna go outside and be like, oh yeah, I was ready for this today. We take time to adapt to the extreme, well, not even extreme, but just the cold.
Dance.
I will say though, even though you may have to shovel more often, I still prefer shoveling to mowing the lawn. If I had to pick one or the other, I much prefer shoveling. Because there are times when you don't have to shovel a ton of times. And also, I'd much prefer the cold to the heat. You can keep putting on layers of clothes to keep warm. To a certain extent, right? If it gets to -50 or something like that, ain't nobody going outside to shovel snow that day. But with heat, you can only take off so much before you're like, yeah, I'm just dying of heat now. So, you know, much prefer the heat. Or, prefer the cold. What the fuck did I just...
The sword sings. The heart cuts. Splinter.
Cold runs me to the bathroom faster. Either a joke is being made that when you get sick, you go to the bathroom, or I'm missing something. And I feel like no matter what I'm saying right now, I'm missing something. Oh, do I not have any small cold temperature? I don't have any small welfs. Oh wait, no, I have a small energy booster. There you go. I'm gonna check something. Okay, it does not stack. Okay.
Scatter. A drop in the sea. Dance.
Uh, tu- 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 30 minutes here, and then we're done this, and hopefully Billy shows up and we can do our bossing, but who knows? Who knows what Billy's up to? Who knows? Oops.
Splinter.
There you go, fix that. Yeah, you are level 5.
Scatter.
I believe... Wait, I didn't rank up. Okay. 37 of these, plus 1 of these. Gives me a 150. And we click the rank up, and we go to rank up, because second time's the charm. Easy game. There we go. We fixed up our mistake of clicking that familiar and making 75 of those. What do we get? All stat for party members and luck. Pretty garbage. By pretty, I mean super duper garbage.
Splinter.
And if I swap this, we get... If the third die rolls an even number, dice total plus 9. Huh. That's a big dice thing, but an even number specifically. I don't like those. I just like the generic ones, where I don't have to think. Yeah, I don't think I'm using that.
Dance.
Okay, well that's going on. Let's get one of these. Start leveling up another one of these. Save.
Scatter. As flowers in snow. It's all that matters. Our hub.
Okay, activate the rune. That rune activation do that.
Splinter.
There. Random mob spawning up here. Stop spawning up there. It's the banned location to spawn. Got a rare cloth vest. Nice. Is that nice? What does a rare cloth vest do? Yeah, because I was like, it's a cloth vest. That kinda sucks. It's not a very good item. Well, I'm trying to think. I'm like, is that something I would like to wear? Also, apparently Raz, I found out,
Sword sings.
you know the armors we're wearing right now, like the gears, like the rogue sets and all that stuff that you can use with the appearance changer? Apparently you can upgrade those and get different looking versions of that by doing certain quests, and certain like turn-ins and stuff will give you upgrades to those. Change your look and all that. I don't know of which one of which, but they apparently exist. So you can change the look of your character with the armors and all that. Like, you know how we're paying to change our appearance and stuff like that? That's not how it's gonna be in the end game. Like when the game actually releases, if you look different is because you did some quest or an objective to get that armor set and stuff for your look of your character. There'll be no cosmetics that you can buy, is what the lead dev was saying.
Scatter.
He wants it all to be earnable in the game, and like, you did something to get this.
Scatter.
You like you can swap from on the fly from the shield to the dagger or whatever? Yeah, because you can just swap it mid-combat, right? So you could like, if you desync his attack, you could be swapping to the shield to block when he attacks, and then swapping back to the dagger when you attack, right? Or does it reset your swing timer?
Focus. There. Scatter.
Haven't tested yet? Okay, I was curious.
Splinter.
Because that's going to be very similar to RuneScape. Where like you're just swapping combat styles on the fly for whatever you need at the current moment during the boss fight or etc. You see a free Minotaur? Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Every time I see a new mob in this game, I'm like, you're probably just gonna kill me, aren't you? You're not my tried and tested like skeleton or bandit or something I know I can just deal with. I see new mob. It's not, ooh, new shiny to kill. No, no, no. It's new shiny to kill me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. 3 minutes till reset. Make sure you've done all your check-ins, turned in your dailies, etc., etc. And claimed your Threads of Fate, or done that, and done, whatchamacallit, auto harvest. And hopefully everybody had a good sunny Sunday.
Dance.
Alright, and that is that done. Make sure... Yep, okay. We did claim that, we're good there. What level is this guy? Is he level 5 yet? Nope, he's level 4, okay, so... Go ahead, level 5 by the end of this.
Splinter.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's reset! Woo! Happy reset to you also, Starry. Don't forget to start up your auto harvest. And if you haven't finished off your check-ins, check in again. You are running out of days to do it for this week.
Dance.
My daily gift. 2x XP coupons. Alright, well, I guess we're coming on this server. Epic potential scroll. I don't know what I'm going to use that on. Definitely on the other server, but a lot of things that need epic potentials at this point. Who added me? Oh, it's in the...
Dance.
Justino with his current progression plans. I can't believe how many items he boomed for that Katara, by the way. I thought he just tapped it. I didn't realize he boomed absolutely everything else
Splinter.
to get that 24 Katara. Man loves to tap and try his luck. Sometimes he gets good, sometimes he gets got. I feel like it's mostly get got, though, in Justino's case, but it is what it is.
Splinter. Dance.
Oh, I should restart my dailies. That's the one thing I forgot to do. Boom, dailies restarted. Well, let's get those kills. It's gonna be the final rune. Alright, so I'm gonna use that up. Use those boosters with that. That reminds me. This guy should be almost level 5. Not even close, actually. What the heck?
Dance. Splinter. Splinter. Splinter.
Okay, do that. Let's rank this guy up. I believe.
Splinter.
Said I believe. Little familiar.
Dance. Scatter.
Okay, little familiar.
Splinter.
You're eating up a lot of resources. I believe in you. You can do it.
Can always
Third time's the
dance.
charm here. Once I finish placing the summons.
Scatter. Scatter.
Okay. Another 75 from this.
Scatter. Scatter.
Easy rank up. There we go. Alright, now we find out. Were you any good or not? All stats are 3% and crit rate. Terrible. If the first die rolls an even number, dice total -1, final multiplier 1.6. Terrible.
Dance. Splinter. Splinter.
Garbage across the board.
Scatter.
Almost have another 20 though for Sordus, so I'll be able to upgrade the Hexa again. Currently missing 7.
Splinter. Splinter.
You're about to level up. Let's just go 48, I think. Yeah. 48 was the magic number there. Yeah, because it's 2. Okay, and now we just wait here on this screen because you're going to level up very shortly. We'll also be spawning a rune soon, so we'll be using our last boosters of the day. System is delayed.
Splinter.
Yeah, let's close that for a second while we do the rune thing, because you can't actually interact with the rune while that's up, which is really weird.
A drop in the sea.
Hello, Ryonic Gaming. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Doing pretty good. Just doing some grinding here. Then I'm going to be finishing up my dailies, swapping back to Kronos, doing some stuff over there. Either some solo bossing or duo bossing if my partner shows up.
You can always run.
How about you? How goes your progression in your Maple Story gains? Oh, you just reinstalled the game after being away for a long time? Alright, welcome back to the game. There's quite a few events going on right now. We're coming to the tail end of the events, so we're going to be getting some new ones on February 4th. But I would definitely recommend you make a character on the Challenger World. Challenger World is going to last for quite a few more months and gives a lot of rewards for playing on it. These guys hate me. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I cannot tell you how long the ads will last for you. Because there is no real rhyme or reason. Once they start, sometimes you get a lot of ads, other times you get none. Why? I can't tell you.
Splinter.
Oh, XP tickets and a treasure chest. 2040 nodestone. What is my nodestones on this server, I swear. All I get is a million of these.
Scatter. Dance. Splinter.
Welcome back. But yeah, as I was saying, I would definitely recommend making a character on the Challenger World. You should have access to a Hyperburn. And I would definitely make a character with that Hyperburn on the Challenger World to make use of all the benefits from here. You get a bunch of rewards for playing on the Challenger World. And yeah, you just make a character and then you can transfer it over at any point you want. We're in the early transfer period, so if you feel like you finished on the Challenger World and want to get back to your main server, you can just instantly transfer over. And you get just bonuses for playing on this server, so there's no real reason not to be over here. Unless you were like, well, you're a returning player, so I highly doubt you're some like 10k Legion player with like 290s just chilling. Having fun about picking one to make. Classic issues. Yeah, there's a lot of classes in this game. What did you used to play? Before quitting? Or taking a break, I should say. Quitting implies you would never come back. But in this case, you are back. Isn't he in 5k? Okay, so. Yeah, definitely worth for you to make on the Challenger World. If you get to Emerald rank, which even with the rest of the time left on the Challenger World is very easily attainable if you put some time in it. Ah, 242 Nightwalker that was clearly a burning, which wasn't finished. Okay. So pretty much whatever you make on this server is like guaranteed to be miles ahead of whatever you had previously. you have any classes in mind that you're like deciding between, or are you still like super uncertain? Like I said, there's a lot of classes. Sweating the decision. Oh, the other thing is so classes I would recommend not making is at least Wild Hunter, because we are getting a Wild Hunter remake soonish within the next couple of months. That will give it a hyper burn. So Wild Hunter, you can get another 260 with their hyper burn that's specifically just for Wild Hunters. Kinesis is also getting remade, but that's coming out with the new Challenger World. So that'll be in like 5 months-ish now. Something like that. So there's a Kinesis remake, but that comes out with the next Challenger World, which will come with its own hyper burn. There's... Kana and Hayato are getting remade. Well, they've already been remade in TMS. And that's coming for us on the 4th, most likely, of February. So, pretty shortly. We're not sure if there's going to be a hyper burn for that. You want simple class, mobility, and survivability. Okay, well, have I got news for you? The new class Ren that I'm playing right here, the entire, like, everything about it's changing in a lot of ways. We have a... let me get the video here. So if you want to see the new first to 6 job skills, here's the link to Aaron. He has a showcase of all the skills for Hayato. And a little bossing showcase at the end. He just recently uploaded a 7-minute kill with Kana for Vihila Hard at 90 million combat power. I assume he's doing the same for Hayato, or doing some kill video of a boss with it. But that's not out yet. But the new class Ren is very survivable because its Link skill is Grounded Body, which is just damage minus 6%, including attacks that inflict damage at certain percentages of your max HP. So if an attack hits you for 100% normally, it now did 94%. So if you're full HP as a Ren, you can never be one-shot. So you come min-build with a lot of survivability. Mobility-wise, we can flash jump while you're hurricaning. You also have a blink. One weird thing about the blink is you have to blink forward, and then the next use of blink has to be backwards. You can't go forward. So that takes a little bit of getting used to. The burst is super simple. You press cooldown, you hold down your whatever key you put your other cooldown, the Dancing Annihilation, and hold down your Wish Unending button at the same time. And once that ends, you press your Origin, and that's your burst. Very simple burst. Very mobile class, very survivable, very smooth to play. A lot of people enjoy this class a lot. It's been a favorite class since its release in Korea, and here it seems to be in the same way. It also has its own event going on right now with the Ren level up thing. It is about to end soon though. This is going to end next week, but you could still get some of these rewards pretty easily. Comes with a vac pet for 30 days for making a Ren and such. In terms of other classes that are still pretty simple to play and pretty survivable, that combo it honestly, Bowmaster is another good choice. Dawn Warrior is still pretty solid. It's a little more complex than the other two I mentioned, but Dawn Warrior is still pretty simple to play. Let's see. Let's go look at all the classes here with the Grandest Library. Do you know about the Grandest Library site? Have you ever used that before? What about Pathfinder? Pathfinder, I would not say is easy. Okay, well, I will show off Grandest Library. Let me just finish up on this map here. Let me loot up, and I will hop off here. My XP coupons are expiring, so perfect time to show off this. Alright. do that, do this, pop out of here. Let's pop this onto my main monitor. And then let's go to Firefox Visual, swap this to Grandis Library. Alright, so this is Grandis Library. I'll give you a link right here. But this site... Oh no, I'm done my farm, so either way I'm going to go finish up the dailies after this, so there's no... I can AFK for a bit and not worry about anything. But you can see events, resources, content, and classes. So content has a progression guide, boss prequest. Mostly the boss prequest is the big thing here. Which, I don't know how many boss prequests you've done. Most of them nowadays are locked behind like just doing the main story stuff. But some of them you do need to go unlock. But the big thing is you can have all the classes here. So you can see every single class in the game, what their like specialization, not specialization, but their like cash shop inventory is like. So all the explorers have the same one. These are all explorers: Cygnus Knights, Heroes, Resistance, Nova, Sengoku, Flora, Anima, the Jianghu, Shine, and then the others. But you were talking about Pathfinder. The cool thing about the site is you can see the type, all this information, their active buff toggles, placeables, buffs, binds, iframes, damage reduction, etc., etc. But if you scroll down, right here, you can see all the skill informations. And for pretty much every class, they have an animation showing it. They'll also have the description of the skill. So like, if you want to see visually what your class is going to look like if you make it, you just kind of click to 4th job, look at the skills, see what the animations look like. And then I would also recommend checking out 5th job because yeah, 5th job stuff is also going to be just main skills you're using. You can see the animations and all that stuff. Because let's be real, you're going to be staring at these skills for many hours. You're going to want to like the aesthetic of how your class looks. Damage and numbers will change over time. One day you might be the strongest class, and then next week you get nerfed and you're now at the bottom all of a sudden. So enjoying how the class plays and the class look is very important. Because you never know when a balance patch is going to hit. The other thing is a 6th job. So mastery nodes, you don't know what these are yet. But let me show you in game here. So mastery nodes are something that unlock at 6th job, which is 260 plus. When you hit 260, you're going to get your skill called an origin right off the bat. You hit 260, you get your origin. Origin skill, some cool cutscene. It binds the boss for 10 seconds, does a ton of damage. For most origins, there are some exceptions. As far as I'm aware, there is only one origin in the game that is a DPS loss. Everything else is either a little bit of a gain or a big gain in terms of damage. And the only origin that loses damage is on Lyn, and Lyn is super busted and does a ton of damage, so they don't care about their origin. So you instantly start off with this unlocked. Then the next thing you would unlock, or the first thing you would unlock actually, would be these things called boost nodes. So boost nodes, show that off 1 second here. So if you go into your V matrix and 1 second, you need to disassemble some nodes to do this. Yeah, get rid of those. Now I can go node to this. So if I take off this skill node here, Ren's not the best example to show it with. Let's see, which skills did I just take off even? Storm boost. Okay, so that was storm. So on top of upgrading the skills with the hexamatrix here with the boost nodes, you'll see that I have some of these disabled now. And if I use the skills, they look different. When you have these upgraded, they'll boost the damage of them almost always. And either add extra effects or just be straight up damage boosts. But they also change the appearance. So you saw how my little orb looked like that. And then this is the upgraded orb. It is slightly bigger and has a more fancy design. Ren didn't get too much visual changes because it is a brand new class, so like they already made the animations pretty good looking in the first place. But these boost nodes, or mastery nodes, these are boost nodes down here. Mastery nodes are pretty massive to the class and change a lot of the animations and looks of the skills. They give them a tune-up. Sometimes they are gameplay defining, but for most mastery nodes, they don't really change how your playstyle is. So if you liked it at 260, does Grandest Library give any idea how difficult the class is to play? Not really. That's something you kind of have to look into. There is, let me see, Maple Story Class Guide, Strylander. So, Strylander made these class interviews with all of the classes in the game. Now, this is having an end game perspective person doing this, right? But it still gives you a general idea of how the class is doing. It is long videos, so you can definitely skip ahead in certain sections, right? Like every video is like over an hour. But he has it all labeled with the times, what is going on. Like, he did pretty well with these videos. And they're all, from what I understood, like pretty high level players that are just know their class in and out and give a good idea of how to play it. So this would be what I'd recommend to find out if it's a difficult class or not. Or you can just ask me. I know most of the classes. Like, I think you were asking about Pathfinder. I don't think it's in like a super great spot. It's like middle of the pack in terms of damage and stuff. Some people say it's kind of clunky. It's got a lot going on for not much return. But it's not like garbage tier unplayable level. It's like you're still able to play it. Farming is alright. It's an active farmer at first, but like as you get Soul Janus, it'll become a passive farmer like everybody else in the game. Soul Janus is a Hexa skill. So it's either got a lightning form that every time you attack, it'll proc lightning bolts that come and kill mobs for you every 3 seconds. Or it has the orb form. You can have at most 3 orbs, and that requires it to be level 20. Leveling up Soul Janus is a pretty heavy investment. Most people recommend to at least level it up to level 1 for the lightning bolts to help you with just clearing dailies and stuff. I'd recommend that. If you're grinding a lot, Soul Janus is always a good investment for the XP gain. And also just making it so you can farm maps easier. But yeah. Oh, I guess I should talk about boost nodes. Boost nodes are very generic. They will give damage to a specific skill. That's it. Honestly, the order of which you unlock your Hexa stuff, every class Discord is going to have some infograph or something that shows you the level up order for the skills, so I would just follow that. There we go, Jesus. Had the urge to cough, and I was just like, I wasn't coughing. I was just like, okay. Body, you want to make up your mind here?
Dance. Dance.
But yeah, pretty much any class you can ask about. I have most classes in the game I've at least leveled up or played or have a general idea of what they do. And now I burp the water I just drank. Holy moly, what is going on? Looking for a minute? Alright, alright. We continue the dailies. At the end of the day, whatever class you pick, unless you're a Blaze Wizard, sorry Blaze Wizards, you guys are in a rough state for a very long time right now. Unless you pick that, every other class, I would have said Wild Hunter in the past also, but they got remade, so things are up and up for them compared to before anyways. I feel like Blazers are going to get remade soon or get something to fix it though, because it's the new like Wild Hunter. It's the class everybody bashes. I don't even know why it's so bad. I don't know if it's like the class design is bad for Blaze Wizard, or if it's just that it does Z DPS and needs buffs numerically to make the class viable. Not even sure what the problem is for Blaze Wizard. I should go watch the class interview for Blaze Wizard. I'm gonna do that tonight. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna make it on the next Challenger World because I hate Blink classes, okay? Unless I find some Blink class that I actually enjoy that doesn't have a flash jump, because Kinesis is a Blink class now, but it has a flash jump. So, not counting that. Because Kana is the only Blink class I have at 260. And, well, Kana's... I don't like Kana right now for different reasons than it being a Blink class. That thing is way too clunky. At least for me. And considering I'd have to relearn the entire class in a couple weeks, I don't think it's worth the effort. We'll just wait it out. Okay, we do this, then we do the monster parks, and then... Oh, we also have Golix in our carry room to do. Okay, that's the daily done. Let's loot up the map here. Got so confused because that person's using an Origin or an Ascent skill. And I was like, why is there a Blessing rune here? But that's not it. Yeah, so let's use these. How much XP is that going to give me? 92%. Damn. We are cruising in levels. And now I have the hiccups. Okay. First a burp. Have an issue coughing. Now I have the hiccups. Anything else you want to throw at me, body, here? What's going on? What did I do to displease you today? You're throwing the kitchen sink at me for existing. Done. We're not doing this on this server. That's done on the other server. Let's go to... Welcome back. But yeah, if you have any other questions, anything you want to know, just ask. I can answer most class questions, or at least direct you in a way that can get you some good answers, or at least the general class idea. Like I was saying a bit earlier, the only class I would avoid making right now is Wild Hunter, because like I said, they're getting a burn, so don't burn one right now. You're just going to get another burn for that class, and it being remade entirely. And avoid Blaze Wizard. That class has taken the new spot as Wild Hunter, and you don't want to be a Wild Hunter before a remake. Because they get memed on, and it's not a happy life for them. You're super impressed with Ren? Not super impressed? If it doesn't interest you, it doesn't interest you, right? There's tons of people who, like... Eventually you will have a Ren on the account. or its Link skill and Legion block effect. Because pretty much by the end, everybody has every class made, at least at 200. Like nowadays, Link skill level 3 does exist for every single class. So that's one change that has happened. Before, Link skills could go up to 2, sometimes 3, depending on the class. Now every class goes up to level 3. Yeah, I would definitely just make something that actually interests you.
Scatter.
But I'm just saying, like, eventually you will have every class. So, maybe in the future you try it out and you're like, oh, this is pretty fun. But for now, definitely just look at the classes and find something that actually interests you. Because what's going to get you to keep playing is actually enjoying the game. Like most video games are. It's a wild concept for MMO players to understand this, because it seems like MMO players hate their game they play, but enjoying the game
Splinter.
is kind of nice and important. Yeah, that's the one nice thing. Like I said, if you get to... So in the Challenger world, you get points. The more points you have, the higher rank you get. If you get to 30,000 points, which is Emerald rank, you get these Ultimate Legion Growth Potions. That is 20 level 200 characters from those potions. Of course, that menu closes when I change maps. Now, you might be saying, is 30 points hard to get? Not really. If you put a little bit of effort to learn some of these bosses, and just gear yourself and level up, this will be pretty easy to get points, and you get a lot of other rewards also for just leveling up and doing this. You have a bunch of characters already? Yeah, you said you're like 5k Legion? Nowadays, people recommend you hit like 8k Legion is like a good starting point for Legion nowadays. So that gives you 4k Legion levels, so that'll put you at like 8k. Just from those potions.
Splinter.
For the main server, and that'll give you a lot of power. So, like I said, as long as you play on the Challenger World, do some events, work on it, and just play the game, you'll get quite a few rewards here. But first, we gotta figure out a class. So you were talking about Pathfinder. Anything else you've looked at that's like semi-interesting? What to do later after I do Challenger World for a while? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of steps and things you need to learn. I stream pretty much every day though, so if you ever have a question, or you can join... I do have a Discord server also. Discord? If you join into there, I'm pretty much always around to answer questions. Or you can just ask in the Discord, and people tend to help out. But like I said, if you ever need help, just pop in some shape or form, and we can help you out with any questions you'll have. Because gearing is not the most obvious thing. All the systems are not the most obvious things. I'd also recommend you join your class Discord. There is a Reddit mega thread with all of the class Discord links. Let me get the link to that. Maple Story, the class Discords. That's master list of all of this, and here is the link to that for the Reddit post. Has the master link for every, or well, the list of every class Discord for their permanent links. So any class you ever play, you can go get the link from there to join their class Discord. Some class Discords are weird, but for the most part, even without interacting with the server, you can always access the FAQ and like all the info you need as just a primer to get you started on the class.
Scatter.
Where is it? Maple Story. But yeah, I'm always down to help out people. I don't really do boss carries. That's not something I do. I can help you with bosses and stuff and like try to teach you them, but I won't just straight up carry you through a boss because I think that's not really, doesn't really help you in the end of the day. Because there's one thing that will make you a better player at this game is just practicing the boss. You'll be absolutely stunned by how, like, when you first start off the boss and you're like first learning it, you'll be struggling with it, and then as you get better at it, you'll be like, huh, the next time I did this on a weaker character, it was still very easy and I was able to clear it. Experience is very important in this game. But just because somebody can do something and you can't do it, don't worry about that, okay? Never make the goalpost like looking at somebody else and being like, but I'm not them. There are so many things that people have in this game that I will never have. You can't worry about that in an MMO like MapleStory.
Dance.
And also for like 99% of the content, you don't absolutely need to min-max everything to be able to clear it. You can either get some friends to help you out with a party clear for stuff, or you can, you know, just gear yourself up and overgear the content and make it easier that way. But learning the boss, very important.
Splinter.
Some bosses are significantly easier than others to learn. The C10 bosses, as we call them, which is the Chaos. I don't actually know what the 10E stands for. You're considering Demon Slayer, Hayato, Dawn Warrior, Wind Archer, and Buccaneer. Okay, so for Hayato, well, if a burn does come out for Hayato, it'll be for Kana and Hayato, so I guess that doesn't really matter. Okay. So Hayato, I don't know much about because the remake has just come out, like, 4 days ago? It was literally last week for the Kana and Hayato remake in TMS. So I'm not sure how it's looking after the remake. That would be, you'd have to go to the classic score to see what they're talking about to get a general idea if it's good or not. Both of them looked pretty solid, at least visually and skill-wise. But damage numbers and all that, no idea. They are a lot less clunky to play and a lot more simplified than before.
Splinter.
So there is that going for them. They are way simpler to play. Dawn Warrior, it had the name of Crayon Eater for the longest time. They're still like pretty simple to play, but they are harder than a Ren per se. Not really like super hard, but a pretty easy like simple playstyle. Not too much thought process involved to just be able to do your damage and just play. Wind Archer. Wind Archer is very good at farming. Bossing, I think, is like in a solid spot. I don't think it's overly complex. Like the hardest thing about Wind Archer is the fact that you're a continuous class, which you probably have no idea what a continuous ring is. But to just give a little example here and explain that. So, right now in the game, there are these things called Oz rings. You'll get a guaranteed Oz ring level 4 when you do on the Challenger World and get to 10k points, I believe it is now. And every class can be generalized as this. You're either a Ring of Restraint or a continuous ring. The Ring of Restraint is a burst ring. So, when you activate it, I'll just show it off here because I have a Ring of Restraint equipped. Let me go into boss gear. And I press my cooldown. This, not the tree, but this little aura thing that you can see right here. This like energy beam that's just going up and down here. Is what the Ring of Restraint is. So while you're in this zone, it increases your attack power, magic attack, and your boss damage while you're standing in it. Burst heavy classes always go Ring of Restraint. Continuous ring, on the other hand, is instead of having this zone that you stand in, it just has permanent uptime and small periods of downtime. So it's a rain that when you hit a boss, it'll activate itself. And like, as you hit the boss, it goes and procs its cooldown, it goes up and down. It's like 80% uptime or something like that. 70% uptime, I'm not exactly sure, right? Because depending on the level of your continuous ring, it goes up and down. So Wind Archer is a continuous class. So you want to have more uptime on a Wind Archer than, let's say, a Ring or String class that's more burst focus. Because they just have to care about their burst more. They do less damage outside of burst. So that's the one thing about Wind Archers that's kind of like a little harder. They need to be a bit more uptime than the other ones. Not too hard to do, but it is a little bit higher of a barrier. Out of all your classes, I don't think a single one of them has like some crazy like management. They added some things to make bursting easier. So there's these things called sequences. You can make up to, how many rows of this can I have in total? 10. You could have 10 sequences in total. Most people just use 2 for your 2-minute burst and your 1-minute burst. Every class has been made into a 2-minute and 1-minute burst. There's no longer 3-minute classes. There's no longer 1-minute classes. Well, technically everything is a 1-minute class because you have a 1-minute burst. But what you do with your sequence... Oh. Forgot to delay him because I was yapping too much. Whoopsie doopsie. Anyways, this character is done for now. Not done for now, not done for now. We gotta do Golux. Let's go do Golux then. Do Golux Arcarium. By that time, ads should be over. If not, we're gonna swap characters and we'll show off the sequence on a different character. That's how we'll do this.
With peerless flame and dragon flight. Sword.
Alright, do we get a superior today? Do a little dance. Pop. And nothing. Just some coins. Is what it is. Back into the portal we go. Also still to get over the fact that this is considered a town. Oh. We have the Mystic Frontier stuff to do. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, shit. Do we get anything? Glowing, glowing, nothing, nothing. Wow, this is a terrible start. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, I'll explain the sequence in a second here. I'm just gonna finish one of these off. Glowing pouch, sure. Yeah, that should be enough. It's just 30. Yep, okay. Glowing pouch, glowing pouch, glowing, glowing. Purple pouch. Yeah, that should be more than enough. Yep. Glowing, 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 glowing. I'm gonna gamble and hope that I can get purple. Nothing. Okay, purple. Ooh, 176. We're gonna have to higher roll this. If that's not enough, we're cooked. Ooh, we needed a bit higher. Okay, so what I was saying before you got ads was these sequences. So every class this is going to have like a section dedicated to the sequence and like your burst. So you just copy paste whatever order of skills they have in there. But what happens is when you press this button, right? Like you'll drag this on your bar. You put it down here. I have my 2 minutes here. When I press this, this is going to activate every single skill in the sequence faster than I could physically do it if I were to manually press all these buttons. So 1, it gets you into your burst faster. 2, it just automatically does it. The only way it gets interrupted is if you somehow get stunned in the nanosecond it's activating. Because, like, this is how fast this activates. All my buttons got pressed in that instant. During the little time that the screen flashed, we were already done pressing all the buttons. So you pretty much cannot, like, get interrupted during this. So this activates all your burst buttons usually. There are a few exceptions. Dark Knight has some weirdness to it. Some other classes have weirdness to it. But for the most part, press this button, your entire burst activates, and you're just free to go into DPS. Another thing they added is a buff sequence. So, when you're going into bossing, there's a bunch of buffs. As you can see here, there's quite a few items in this list that I put in here. When you go into bossing, now instead of me having to press all these individuals and buff myself up, I press the boss button. It uses everything that's available here if I have access to it. Because, you know, like, some of these I have to go get before I go into my boss. But then this lasts for 60 minutes, etc., etc. But you just press this button, activates all your buffs. Same thing for farming. So the convenience has been upped immensely. For bossing and doing all your skills and buffing. So I don't need to worry about those two things, which is very nice. And like I said, for the buff sequence, you'll have to figure that on your own or just like ask. It's usually pretty simple because it's just like generic buff items that you'd always have and such like that. And then the sequence for the skills, 100% you go to your class Discord, you look for it, you'll find it, it's usually pretty obvious. And you just copy paste that. No thought process involved. They'll put it in the exact order of when you should activate it, how you should activate it, and like, once you have it set up, you just forget about it. You just use it while you're bossing and you don't have to think. What other things is there for convenience for stuff like that? Oh, one thing that they are adding in the future is going to be a bit off for us. For all these buffs here, right now you have to go to all your individual sources. Like if you want these extreme red and green potions, you got to go to Monster Park. You want the VIP ticket, you got to get it from the boss seeking trace of time thing right now. You want your serums, you got to go into the crystals and elixir shop, etc., etc. You have to go all over the place to find these things. It's not that Wind Archer doesn't... Okay, let me finish what I was just saying. But for all these buff items and stuff, they're adding a shop that you'll just be able to access in your sequence to buy all these in a one-stop shop or teleport you to where you need to go to get them. So now that we're done with the buff sequence and all that, it's not that Wind Archer isn't good. It's that a continuous class has to think a little bit more than a Ring Restraint class. Because you need to kind of pay attention to the buff because you don't want to... Your Origin does a lot of damage, right? But because continuous is something that just procs as you're doing the fight, you have to pay attention to be like, okay, my continuous is about to proc. Let me pop my Origin and combo it together. Otherwise, you lose some damage not doing that. So it's a little more involved than, like, let's say a Ring Restraint. Because as a Ring Restraint, as soon as I press my cooldown, this bubble pops up and I'm in it, right? Origin is from 6th job. Every class has an Origin. And the Origin is this cutscene right here. Every class has a different look for the cutscene, right? Like, this is the Ren's Origin. But that's a big portion of your damage. Or not a big portion, but a big burst of damage, I should say. It is a 6-minute cooldown when you press that. So, at the start of the fight, most people, what they do is they'll pop their burst, do whatever the rotation's supposed to do, and they'll fit in their Origin there. Yeah, but it's not too bad of a cooldown, because you don't really need to think about it too much. It's only every 6 minutes that you get to use it. So, like, you press your cooldown, you use it at the start of the fight, then once you've cooled down 2 more times, it's been 6 minutes, now the next one you'll get the burst. So it's really not that bad. And like, this is massive damage for a lot of classes, so it feels really good to press it. And the other thing is, I assume you know what binds are, but every boss, well, okay, not every boss, there are some exceptions to this, that you can bind the boss. Origin is a separate bind to that. So you have your normal bind, and then the Origin is another bind. So when you do your first burst, you're going to bind it for 10 seconds with the normal bind. And then you would do an additional bind with your Origin afterwards for an additional 10 seconds. So you get 20 seconds of just beat up the boss and the boss does nothing. It's very nice. Some classes use their Origin before their bind, so that'll depend on the class specifically. but you pretty much always get 20 seconds of bind time. It's not that Wind Archer is necessarily that hard, but it is a little more involved than the other ones. Then for the final class you were asking about is Demon Slayer. Oh wait, Demon Slayer and Buck I haven't talked about. So Buccaneer, I need to go check something on Buccaneer real quick. Let me go join that class Discord. That's the wrong tab. I have no idea what kind of ring Buccaneer is. I know that Buccaneer is a pretty simple class. There's nothing too crazy about it. It's like pretty easy to play. I don't think it's too like hard to get into. The DPS rotation, all that's pretty simple. Farming as it is really easy as a Buccaneer. Okay, let's see. Let me... yeah, finish this. Alright, so I need the Buck Bible infograph, maybe? Okay, so Buccaneer is a continuous class also. Wait, no, that's a ring restraint. Never mind, ring restraint. Why do the rings look so... Oh, never mind, it is a continuous. I did not... Why is their old picture a freaking risk taker ring and a ring swap if it's a continuous? Okay, so they are a continuous class. So Buccaneer is a continuous, but they get their entire burst off in 15 seconds. Now classes range from super long burst windows to up to 40 seconds to really short burst windows, which is like 10 seconds to 15 and stuff like that. Depends on your class. But Buccaneer apparently is a 15-second burst window, so really short. So very easy to work with. And then Demon Slayer is the last class you were talking about or looking at. So Demon Slayer has a few things going for it. It's pretty decently strong right now, and it does one of the best farming methods in the entire game, which is called TP farming. For some reason, Demon Slayer has a skill that when you press it, it teleports you to the nearest mob. So while you're farming, a lot of people, what they do is literally they'll hold down the TP skill, so they're blinking all over the place, and they press their other cooldown at the same time, or another attack skill at the same time, and they're full clearing the map while just holding down 2 buttons pretty much. They have the easiest, most chill farming in the entire game. A lot of people are considered very broken because of that. So farming wise, super duper easy. Bossing wise, I think they're relatively solid. I don't think they're like top tier by any means, but I don't think they're very complex. I think they're pretty easy to like play. There's only a few classes honestly in the entire game that are like, do not play if you want a simple bosser. And none of the classes you talked about are any of those super hard to play classes. Speaking of super hard classes to play, this is Cadena, considered by most to be the hardest class to play in this game. Or at least equal to the other 2 that are considered the hardest to play. I would not recommend this to a beginner player unless you want to put a lot of effort to learn this class. The other classes I'm talking about that are hard to play or considered hard is Blaster and Kali. So Cadena, Kali, and Blaster are the 3 like classes that most people consider the hardest to play. Would not recommend them for new players unless you really like the look of it and want to put a lot of effort into learning it.
Still blind to the difference between
Shut it! Shut up!
Let's go see something. What does Demon Slayer use? Is Demon Slayer continuous or a ring restraint? Like, you don't have to be that afraid of continuous ring. It sounds hard, but honestly, at the end of the day, even if you don't really think about it too much, it's not that bad. Like, it works out way better than it sounds. Okay, let's see. Masterclass of Discords. Where is Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer. Let's go join into this one here and see what they're... Oh. Okay. I was already in this one apparently, and I didn't even realize. FAQ. Cooldown hat, blah 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 blah. Infographic, DS. Did I not have a section about this? Pause ring. I have a memory about Blaster being carpal tunnel class. Yeah, it's not that bad. Honestly, the carpal tunnel class, I would say, really, is Thunderbreaker. I think Thunderbreaker is probably the most carpal tunnel class. But that's just because of how they have to play. And, like, it's a weird, like... Their comboing is super easy, but it's just so many repetitive button motions. Blaster has to combo, but it's not that bad. Battle Mage is definitely not a carpal tunnel class anymore. I don't ever remember it being one. Because I recently just leveled up my Battle Mage to do 10. I wish that class were easier to play. I love the aesthetic. For Battle Mage? They've definitely simplified Battle Mage a lot. So, I don't have 6th job on this character, obviously. But I have the 5th job stuff. Don't have sequence or anything, but like... Most of the stuff... let me just make sure I'm looking at these right. Okay, yeah. So this is a summon, but just a background effect now. This is another summon that you just put down in these portals and they'll attack stuff. This is another summon skill.
Be afraid.
And this is another summon skill. Not really, you just auto attack.
I'll end you. Eat it.
You have a little sweeping staff, but I don't think there's any like...
I'll end you.
You can't blink, you can't use your blink during any of these spells. As far as I'm aware now. This is another summon. They recently remade Battle Mage like not too long ago. And updated a lot of stuff. So I think that whole telecast thing, or what you're thinking about, has been completely removed from the game, or is like way less prevalent.
Eat it. I'll end you.
Yeah, the telecast for Dark Shock. I'll be real with you, I think Dark Shock doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything called Dark Shock anymore, so I think whatever you're thinking about has been removed from the game. Oh wait, right here. Do. If I activate this with a toggle... It seems that they made it easier though, because... Black Lightning does damage, very little. Afflict enemies with Dark Brand for 30 seconds. If you attack the enemy with Dark Brand, the brand activates and deals additional damage. But the thing is that reading the description at the top... Learning Dark Shock causes Dark Chain and Battle Burst to inflict Dark Brands. So you can also get it from Dark Chain and Battle Burst. So this is Battle Burst, that's charged through. Oh, and this is Dark Chain. So you kind of still have to... You still have to teleport through the boss randomly. Do the Dark Brand thing. Honestly speaking, though, just having a blink every, what, how often is this? It's only every 30 seconds. You're going to be blinking through a boss a lot more than every 30 seconds, dodging other stuff. So if this Dark Shock is the only thing making you like, ooh, I'm worried about this class, I don't think that's too much to worry about for Battle Mage. I'm curious about this. Let me go look at the class interview. I want to see something. Where is Battle Mage in here? Gotta find the Battle Mage. Blaze Wizard right there. I'm gonna open you up, Blaze Wizard, because I want to see you later. Battle Mage, where are you? Battle Mage. Okay, I want to skip to difficulty. Difficulty D. Well, based on the class interview, they got a D on difficulty. Let's see, what do they say? Uh, I'm trying to see here what he actually says, because D is a bad ranking. That's a low ranking, but I want to see why he says D. Because like SS is like higher S is good. Ah, okay. So the reason why he puts it as D is because you know that blink thing you were talking about? Apparently, if you want to sweatlord it, like doing this little like blink thing down is something you can do, but it's like 2% better than just holding your auto attack. So unless you're like super endgame, super min-maxy territory, you can just play the class. And that's why it gets a D, because it's not like you can sweatlord it, but it's like not even worth the sweatlord. I don't know. Battle Mage is a cool looking class. I will say that. From what I'm understanding, that's pretty much what it is. Let's continue watching this here for a bit. Okay, one of the main things that was difficult about it, one of the most difficult things was the altar placement. You know that summon I showed you that was shooting things out? Yeah, that's the altar now. It used to be you had 5 of those you could place down at a time, but they changed that to just that one big one with a bigger AoE, and it's way simpler to play. So, a lot of the class difficulty has been made easier. Thumbs up. The other thing is about BAM, is that they do provide some party utility, so people will like you in groups. Yeah, I think it's one of the worst classes pre-4th job. Like, before you get to 5th job, I think it's one of the worst mobbers in the game. Because it's kind of just rough. But the good news for you, you'll be level 200 instantly on the Challenger World. You don't need to worry about the fact that it sucks before 5th job. You're just going to be 5th job. Easy. Because when you do a Terror Burn on the Challenger World, well, even if you don't do a Terror Burn on the Challenger World, usually when there's a Terror Burn around, there's a thing called a hat. And you go into the hat, it's like a little tutorial. It's not the best tutorial in the world, but it's like good enough. Teaches you some of the stuff in the game. And that levels you up to 200. Demon Slayer or BAM? Honestly, I would go watch the class guides. Not class guides, but the Strylander interviews to just see some stuff, look at the different sections. To help you narrow down the choices and stuff. Because between the two, I think most people would consider, as of right now, that Demon Slayer is stronger than Battle Mage. Like, farming-wise, sadly for you, Demon Slayer wins versus Battle Mage. Just because Demon Slayer has TP farming. But, like, honestly, it's not like Battle Mage is going to have a hard time farming. It's like you said, you have a ton of summons, you just place them down and... Woo! The map is being cleared. Simple, easy. So farm-wise, they're both pretty equal in a lot of ways. Bossing-wise, I don't think BAM is the best soloer in the game. Like, I don't think it's going to be like, wow, you're absolutely wrecking bosses. But you're also not going to have that hard of a time once you learn them. And I think that's the same thing for Demon Slayer. I don't think, like... I think they're pretty comparable in terms of bossing. Playstyle-wise, I can't say much for the Demon Slayer of how they burst and stuff. Like, I don't know that. Honestly, like I said, I would go watch a little interviews with Strylander, just get a general gist of both the classes and just see which one you'd prefer out of that. Because at the end of the day, we're not that far away from other Hyper Burns. So if you don't really like the Battle Mage, you park him at 260, and you just start... You get the next burn, and you just level up a Demon Avenger. Or a Demon Slayer, I should say. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention. On the Challenger World, you can transfer off 5 characters off there. What they expected you to do is that there's a check-in reward during the current event. You won't be able to get this unless you pay like a ton to get the missed check-ins you did. But you get the Hyperburninator that you're going to be using on the Challenger World. They gave you a second Hyperburninator if you did the event. And you get 3 Terra Burns to level 200 on that server that you can do. So you could also level up an additional 3 level 200 characters to try out some other classes if you wanted to. But those would not be the 5 level ups per level. It would only be the original 3 levels. Just one of the OG burns. But that's another source of level ups. Did I not activate my dailies? No, I did. I'm just that, like, zoned out that killing 300 mobs didn't even register in my mind. Holy. I'm on my boss page right now. Yes. Oh, another thing that you can set up that I haven't mentioned yet. So there's something called character presets. So you can set it up to have... It'll swap your equipment, your hyperstats, your ability, legion, link skills, hotkey settings, and familiars. So like I have a farm preset, I have a boss preset, and I have a boss preset for when I go to kill the box for the drops. And then I have a healing familiar one set up for specific bosses. But this is another thing that you can do that makes micromanaging a lot of stuff way easier. I just do it that I just open the character preset and manually swap like this. You can make it so you can make a keybind. Is it this? No, that's that. Where is it here? Oh, there's a swap preset button. If you put this on and you hold it, and then you can press 1 through 5 to just instantly swap between them. Instead of having to open up the menu and manually swapping like that after you set them up. But that is another thing that's a very nice quality of life that they added. And we're back to ads. I think you saw most of what I was saying though, because that's just pretty simple stuff. I'm kind of curious if he's played any other MMOs. I'm gonna ask that. Oh. Quintina! Into the portal I go! Nom 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 XP. Well, potential XP anyways. Holy lag. Welcome back. Do you have any experience in other MMOs? Or is like MapleStory your only MMO that you've really played? Okay, that's good. We're waiting on these, like I said. Let's get this. Let's see, what do we get? Pouch 1, XP tickets. Man, I am lucky with XP tickets today. That's kind of crazy. Okay, don't need that. It's my second... Oh, my heart disappeared. Yay, that's good. Alright, yeah, I was putting stuff into the bank. Notestone, don't need that. Don't need this, don't need that. Don't need that, don't need this. This can go to a different character. I think we'll use those. Pop those. Solid cubes. Where is my secondary? There it is. Okay, let's see what we get. Will the Gamba hit? Probably not. Nope. One day it'll hit. Or I'm just going to forcefully hit it while spending mesos. Ironically, both your Bam and Demon Slayer are the same level. Nearly the same level. Well, whichever one you decide between the two of them is going to end up being the highest level. I would recommend just making a new character on the Challenger world, obviously, and not using the burn on the previously made character. Because, you know. The other thing is the Hyper Burn is actually up to 270. So the first initial part of it gets you to 260, and then there's an additional add-on that gets put on it when you hit to 270, or 260 to 270. So you'll go 5 levels up till 260, and then at 260 you'll get 2 levels up instead of 1 to 270. So you'll be quite a high level compared to what you were before. AKA 242 or 244, something around that I think I saw. Alright, let's swap characters, go to the Kinesis. Start with these. Yeah, we're gonna do all of this stuff, I guess, today. Need to remember not to do Lotus and Damien. Some daily bosses to come and get one shot.
So predictable.
Oops. There we go, got a crooked drop. Boop. Reinforced steering. Completely useless for this character, but it is what it is. We will not complain about that. Around with a bit of each of them. Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. To just see how they feel. Honestly, there's nothing better than hands-on practice. It's just MapleStory kind of makes it hard to get some hands-on practice with certain things, so...
Still blind to the difference
You know.
between courage.
Sometimes all you have available to you is videos. Oh, it's a Dominator. Well, don't mind if I do. Thank you, Mr. Arcarium, for your contribution today. Why that to the pile of other Dominators? There's just a few. Okay, none of these are useful. Let's disassemble all of these. Boom, boom, boom. Can you disassemble a book? You can. Interesting. Yeah, at the end of the day, if you enjoy the BAM a bit more, I'd just make the BAM. The thing is that some classes definitely change at over 200. And a lot of classes, like if they had bad farming, their Hexamatrix tends to help them out with farming a lot too. So there is that. But the Hexamatrix is only at 260 plus. So if you don't like the rest of the kit, I don't think getting to 260 ain't going to change that most of the time. There's only a few exceptions I can think of, like Hero apparently gets really big improvements from unlocking their mastery for farming. But that class is pretty terrible at farming in the first place, so it's like... If the class wasn't good at it before, it's probably not going to be amazing at it afterwards. And now a lot of people say, but it doesn't matter if their farming's bad, because you'll just get Soul Janus level 20. Soul Janus 20 is quite the grind to get to, okay? You're going to be stuck farming for a while with whatever your class farms with. more fluid and comfortable playstyles. Bam may not keep up DPS-wise. Yeah. The other thing is Bam is a support. It gives a lot of support benefits to the party. So, like, when people will look at two equally geared characters, they're going to want the Bam over your Demon Slayer. That's only really relevant for, like, later on bossing, but it's still something to take into consideration. Seems like you've pretty much decided on being a BAM, though. Congratulations on your class choice. Welcome to the game. Hopefully your stay is nice and you enjoy it. Oh, another thing I should say. You remember how you used to have to do a bunch of storylines and stuff with that? So, like, I don't know if you remember in Arcane River, right? Like, you have to do that opening cutscene to get your sacred symbol and all that stuff. Oh, I know I'm not done helping you yet. But, you know, you made the first step. You picked a character. But, yeah, so all those, like, cutscenes and long, like, quest lines you had to do, you can skip them all now. Even if you've never done them before. So the first time you get to, let's say, Odium, that's the 265 zone. You just get to skip the you get to skip all the quest line and just progress to having the daily access and just doing some grinding. No longer have to do all the quest lines. So that saves you a ton of time. But yeah, I'm not sure if you can instantly start as a level 30 BAM, or how that works specifically for a battle mage. Because there's like a way to skip the opening section and just instantly be level 30. And then after that, you just get sent straight to the hat as an event. All the events are always in this little star menu here. This active event list. And I don't have access to the hat because that's the other server that has that for the Challenger World. But yeah, you just go straight into the hat, follow the tutorial. You'll probably get stuck at one of the steps because almost everybody got stuck. You won't be able to miss any goodies, honestly. Like, unless you never did the hat, you wouldn't miss any goodies. And even if you went back later after leveling a bit, you don't miss the hat. Like, you could be level 200 and go into the hat at that point and then do the whole, like, tutorial thing they have. There's not really a way to miss stuff other than, like, just not being there for it in the first place. Terra Burning or Hyper Burning Max? Hyper Burning Max is the one you want. Terra Burning is the one to up to level 200. Hyper Burning Max is the 260 burn. Do, 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 do. You're with the hat guy? Alright, so follow his little tutorial. At one point, he's going to ask you to upgrade an amulet. Just make sure you equip the amulet before upgrading it. If you get stuck on any of the tutorial quests, just ask. And just say whatever step you're on and we'll be able to figure it out and help you out.
Bye. See ya.
If you read the stuff he talks about, there's a lot of reading to be done if you're actually reading the stuff. But it is, like, it's going to explain a lot of the stuff you need to know and how to do certain things. Just remember that the game is not a sprint. It is one of the longest marathons in gaming history, I feel like.
It's on.
Not many other games that compete with this in terms of, like, how progression is. And I have hiccups again. What is wrong with me today? Holy moly. Monster Park. Buy the tickets. In we go to the Monster Park itself. And these some of my familiars because I don't need that for this. But yeah, the hat guy will get you from level 30 to level 200. Leveling's a bit quicker than it used to be, to say the least.
See ya.
Even like a year ago, I would not have told you, like, oh yeah, you just, you end up in this hat, and then when you exit the hat, you're level 200. Huh? What do you mean? A lot of people consider, like, early game now isn't even, like, 200 isn't even early game. That's still, like, tutorial. Is what a lot of people consider it as. 260 is, like, the early game now of, like, you have reached and finished the tutorial. Welcome to the deep end now. Have fun. But there's still tons of stuff to learn as you level up and go through those steps to get into 260. And unfortunately, the game doesn't do a good job of explaining that stuff. But I think there is a new player tutorial that they added. I don't know, I think it's still active. So that's another thing that'll be able to teach you some systems and help you out.
Phew.
It'll also give you a couple cosmetics for your character. Because as always, people like cosmetics.
See ya. Bye. Yeah.
Alright, I took a sip of water. Voice is no longer, or I'm no longer parched. Did I cut my lip a few days ago? And I swear to God, when you get a lip cut, that thing does not heal forever. It takes so long to heal it. So annoying. There's nothing you can do, too, because, like, just speaking
Here.
will agitate the wound sometimes and just... Well, it was healing, and now it's been broken open again, because... yes. Very irritating is all I can say.
It's on.
Oh, And that is this map cleared. Good old Monster Park.
Heads up. Yeah. Say yes.
Literally one of the best sources of XP in the game, but not exactly the most thrilling of content.
Punch through.
I don't think anybody in their right mind would say that Monster Park is active and hard content.
Heads up. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this time you're doing good lightnings, huh? Okay, game, I see how it is. You're actually doing your lightnings you're supposed to do and not making me backtrack because you missed one. Now that I've talked shit about it, though, I'm about to get hit. The phrase talk shit, get hit has never been more true than when I speak bad about anything. Level 60 already? Yeah. It goes pretty quick. I think if you speed run it, it's like 20 minutes and you're level 200 or something like that. You can probably do it even shorter than that. It's like... It's absolutely bonkers to think about. It's like, oh yeah. Made this character, played it for like 15 minutes, I'm level 200 now. Ah, yes, okay.
Gotcha. Punch through.
It was very nice to say the least, though. But though, the one problem with leveling up so quickly, you don't really get to learn the game that much. The tutorial phase gets a little accelerated and drops you in the deep end real quick. At least you've played in the past, so you already know about need to do job events. So you need to hop out of the hat. I don't know if you need to talk to the NPC, if there's like... There's some way of leaving the hat. I'm pretty sure you just talk to him, and one of the options is like, do you want to leave the hat? Pop out of there. You're going to have a quest in your light bulb. That should be like pretty obvious to do your job advancement. And either it's going to require you to do a quest line and teleport around and do it, or you just get to talk and it'll advance you and then you just go back into the hat. I have no idea how BAM is for that. It's only been like 3 years since I did the job advancements for 1 to 4, so... And they've changed a lot of that early game stuff, so... Hands in the air. Hopefully it's pretty easy to figure out and do. But yeah, once you leave the hat, it should just be a light bulb quest that pops up, and you shouldn't have too many light bulb quests at that level. And usually it's at the top of the list. So like, they've changed how this light bulb works in the from the past. Nowadays, main quest stuff, like if it's super important, gets put to the top. If there's event stuff, it gets put under that. Some general quests that are pretty important get put here. And then anything that's main quest under these generals and like the other stuff, these are leveling quests now. They made it so leveling up from level to 1 to 200, instead of grinding, you're mostly actually doing quests in the game, and that'll give you a lot of XP and speed up the leveling way faster than grinding. Which is kind of interesting, because that's definitely not been a thing in the past. And if we keep scrolling down and we get past, you'll have another event thing. So these are like somewhat important, or at least give good reward events. And then all of these general quests. I never did this tutorial Sacred Power quest, I see. Oh, that's wild. You're struggling with this? What's the name of your quest? Or can you not find it? Let's see if I give a quick Battle Mage quest line Maple Store. So if you want to quickly teleport to Edelstein, if you have, there's a thing called Maple Guide. The keybind, I don't know what the default is for the Maple Guide default key, but if you open up your hotkeys, just open the menu and go key bindings. Look for something called the Maple Guide. It's a yellow button. I don't know if it'll automatically be on your thing or not, or if it'll be down here in this section right around here. Once you find the Maple Guide button, put it on a hotkey somewhere that you want to put it on, and then double tap it. So the first time you open it, it's going to pop up this little mini one, and then it'll pop up this big guide. Down here you can see all of these towns, and if you do a scroll wheel to get, or click on the arrow to get to the second page, you can just teleport straight to Elderstein. You can also use it to teleport back to Hennessy when you're done. They've added a lot of convenience factors for teleporting and stuff. Oh, also, if you want a hyper teleport rock, they changed how that works. So for a hyper teleport rock now, instead of buying it in the cash shop, let me just leave Monster Park because you can't actually open it right here. But the way to get a hyper teleport rock now is if you open up like your map here and you click on the map icon, right down here. Click on this, you can buy the hyper teleport rock here now instead. Because I'm an MVP bronze, I get it for free, but for you, if you wanted it for a day, it's 5.2 million mesos, 25 million for 7, and then 100 million for 31 days. Now, if you think 100 million is a lot, it's not that much. I don't know if you remember Ursus right here, but there are specific times where Ursus is double meso time. And if you do him daily, he gives you 125 million mesos a day. So you do that guy once, you've made over 100 million, you have Hyper Teleport Rock for an entire month. So don't worry too much about the price of the Hyper Teleport Rock. Eventually it's just like, it's free pretty much. Barely costs anything compared to what you're making and doing. But you won't need that initially. At least you shouldn't need it for most of the things. Info overload at the moment? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it too much, like I said. If you ever need me to re-explain something or it's like too much at the moment, I will explain it again later when it inevitably comes up as a question. Don't worry about it too much though. It's hard not to information overload in this game because one step leads to like an 8-step process almost always. So it's like, yeah, you did part A, now here's B, C, D, A, F, all the way to Z. Good luck. Alright, so that's done. I guess I will go do some bossing now. Go buy the things I need to do bossing. I'm going to be right back though because I got to go to the bathroom first. So I will be right back. Alright, I've returned. Okay, let's start setting up here for some bossing. Let's see, we need this. 2 of those. We'll buy 3 of these things, because I don't want to forget about them before the week's done. Auto harvest, we gotta restart that. Okay, we get this. Like 4 of these should be more than enough. 4 of those should be more than enough. 2 of these at best. 2 of these at best. Oh, I already had some Legion Lux. Well, whatever. Okay, that's all that done. I know what I'll do with these red flames. Pop that, pop these. Storage room. Did I sort these? Yeah, I have some stuff here to take out. E-pot. I know what I'll use that on. I'll use that on the arcane weapon. We got an Abso weapon. Large boss medals we use on this character. Flames don't matter. We'll take the drop rate potion out because that is going to be used later on. Oh, we are running out of... Whoops. Just clicked out of my window. I'm going to go to the monster perk and buy some potions. Special... 100. There we go. Problem solved. So we have most of the stuff, we're just missing the VIP thing, and then everything else we have. Okay. Good on that. Got these cubes. What do I want to try using this on? Nothing, and then for this second one here, for this purple cube, we have... Where's my other secondary? Right over here. Yellow! 12% attack power, not what we were looking for. Okay, boss. Turn that on, turn this on, make sure that's on. I think that's my only toggle, right? Yeah, that's my only toggle. Everything else is good. Let's turn down animations. Feed the pets. And... oh, we want to use these. Okay, nodestones used. Speed tickets eaten. Oh, I leveled up to 278 without even realizing it. Holy shit. Alright, congrats to me to level up. I really was paying attention, guys. Super duper paying attention that I was going to level up off those XP tickets. Yep, yep. Pop that, pop this. L for my boss stuff. And with that, we are ready to go. Into the hard dark now.
You feel that? I'll cross that line. Your head. Don't get it twisted. Storm's coming. Can you handle this?
Does character have ring swap yet? No. No, we're still using continues, that's right.
Wanna see something cool? Yeah. Nope.
No.
This time for real.
Oh, okay, that's an arrow that almost domed me there. And level 100, congrats. Now you get to do another job advancement.
All charged up.
After that one, you are free and clear till level 200, though.
You need a minute. All right. I make the rules. I've got it. Take this. Take this. Yeah. See ya.
Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No jumping into that.
Yeah.
Jump over the arrow.
Can you handle this? Can you handle this? Yeah. Huh. Overkill.
Let's not get blasted in the face with all the ads on game. It's not. And say we did.
So predictable.
Yeah.
You lost
Nope.
on the first
Don't like that
turn.
positioning.
Right on time. You like that? Whoa. See ya. Take this. Bye. Sit down. Hitcha.
It's not clear where to go. What's the name of the quest?
Take this. This is your nightmare. Wanna see something cool? I've got this. Storm's coming. Yeah. It's heavy.
Find the missing job instructor. Hey.
You like that?
Give me a second here.
Can you handle this? Bye. See ya. It's heavy. All charged up.
I'm gonna kill this boss and then we'll be able to go Google that quest and see where exactly you need to go. Okay. Boss dead. Gotta open the loot box here. So, this, do that. I'll just pop one of these 10-minute coupons for this. Why not? Pop this. Yeah. Okay. Why am I not at 400?
See ya.
Oh, because I don't have the WAP. That's what it is. I forgot to put my WAP on. Oh, whatever. It doesn't make that much of a difference. You're going in yourself? Okay. If you still haven't figured it out with that, because most likely you're going to have to do something. Let me see if I can... This, and if I scroll up to here. Yeah, okay. So if you need to get into the place and it's telling you you need a hat, you can use the teleport in the 60 to 70 Maple Guide content to get Shaft 4. And then backtrack your way to where you have to go in there. Because otherwise you're going to need 1,000,000 mesos. Which you probably have 0 because you're in the hat. To be able to buy the hat. To be able to get into the mine naturally. Because I think you need to access into the Vernese mine. So. Yeah, you need 2 hats, which is really dumb.
Feel that?
You need a hat for the little kid to get in there. And then you need a hat for yourself. Don't you love little kids who just yoink your stuff and then they're like, yeah, you figure it out now, bud. You're like, wait. Okay. Welcome to Maple Story.
Bye. Can you handle this? Can you handle this?
But yeah, like I said, if you don't have the mesos for the hat, you open up the Maple, like the guide, scroll up to like the 60 to 80 zone. Or 60 to... I literally just looked at it. What level zone was it? 60 to 80 zone. Oh, I was correct. And you just click on Shaft 4 and you just backtrack through the mine like that. And that'll get you in there. Or you buy a Hyper Teleport Rock and just teleport in there. Which is another option you can do. What the? You freaking jerk of a thing.
Punch through.
Dropped my ass into... No mesos, remember? Yeah, okay, so. Gonna have to do the mesoless way. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they gave you any mesos in the hat. It has been a few months and... I didn't play a resistance character, so I didn't have to deal with the stupid hat BS again. I never have to... Thankfully, I never have to deal with that hat thing ever again.
Clear your head. I'll cross that line. Don't get it twisted. No limits. Can you handle this? Here, catch. Bye.
And unfortunately for us, with the game, with the way it works, with heroic servers, you can't even give mesos to your friend if you wanted to. Which honestly, like, in this one case, yeah, it's a demerit. Every other case of these servers having pay to win, this game would not exist in the West. This game would have died a long time ago. Fortunately for me, Dragon plus this means I'm not going to be able to hit her. Laser beams! You need to go inside the map called Power Plant Security. Mr. Smartmouth with the answer to our questions. Second map from the entrance of the Vern Mine. See, this guy's done it recently and remembers this.
Right on time.
How recently did you have to do that, Smart? Or is that just off the top of your head? You just remember that? You helped your girlfriend with it? I see. I was like... at level 100, you should be able to activate some of the events. 101 is when most events activate. You don't need to worry about any of them for the hat, though. You'll be able to activate them all after the hat, and it won't be any change. So,
This is your nightmare. Wanna see something cool? Don't get it twisted.
yeah, you can skip it with the teleport stone. But, our man has just started on the Challenger Worlds, got 0 mesos, so no teleport stone available to him. Really? Yeah, I don't care that I have to clear the butterflies. Whatever, we have a death. We got zip-zapped. Put all your toggles into a single button push. Yes, you can do that. So, if you open up your skill menu, and you put your macro notifier, you can use these little macros to put in all your toggles into one. Or if you have more than 3, well, you can make a couple buttons of it, right, instead. Some Battle Mage toggles will not let you, like, your different auras, you're going to have separate keybinds for them, I'm pretty sure, because those don't stack. That's either one or the other kind of thing. Like, you have to have one of them active at a time. I think they have lingering effects, so you toggle through them a lot, but I'm not 100% on that. That's something you'll have to look in for, like, specific, like, burst and class rotation stuff.
Clear your head. Alright. Don't get it twisted.
Yo, you jerks and breaking the platform as I'm doing my burst is actually unreal right now.
What's next?
I believe it's mostly haste aura you use for the most part. But again, I'm not 100% on that, so it's definitely something you'll have to just look at and see, like, which one am I supposed to use? Oh, I don't have. I see.
Bye.
Yay. Is Lucid dead? To the Hilla. Boss. Apply. Oops. Yeah, that's all that reapplied. Reactivate my familiars as I lag my game a bit because I opened the familiar menu and not the actual turning them on.
At last.
Boop,
Can be
boop,
this.
boop, 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 boop.
Hope you can handle this. No limits. I'll cross that line. The world might take this.
Do I not have my healing fams on? No, I do have my healing fams. I just take this much damage on this kinesis for some reason. Okay, okay, we need to play a little bit of dodgeball there, Rin.
Hope you can handle this.
Just don't face tank absolutely everything, and dodgeball will come to you pretty easily. Whoops, I got hit by a string. Alright, well. Let's get hit by a couple more then. Give me that string. Thank you. Okay, I am stupid.
See ya.
Oh, I'm still involved. Derp.
Alright, you need a minute. Hope you can handle this. Watch this. Can you handle this? Can you handle this? You like that? Here. You like that? You like that? Whoa. Whoa. Bye. Huh. Here. Catch.
Minute 30. Oh, is that my first string of this one? Nope. Dodge that string. Get blue. Wow, that is a long bomb blue.
It's on overkill. Yeah, your turn.
Okay, that's purple. If we get string here, we accept. Somehow dodged it. Take this string though. This purple will take this string again. Get to 3. Involve myself over here. And activate the altar to get rid of the strings.
You lost on the first turn. This time for real.
See ya. Your head. What a
Oh, I binded way too early. Well,
storm's coming.
3.
Handle this. Can you handle this? You like that?
Don't need to dodge that. Why did... Oh, I lost some of my burst instinct. How?
Bye. Gotcha. Take this.
Oh, whatever. It doesn't really matter.
See ya.
He'll be dead in the next burst, no matter what. I might die if I don't pay attention to my HP pool, though. Holy moly. Good old Vihila spawning corpses under you that you insta-kill and then you start decaying. I'm just gonna heal up. And okay, I didn't heal up. I deactivated too early. Okay, we need some strings to reset. Oh. Strings do damage? They don't. I'm about to find out the hard way if that did damage or not. Yeah, I should be fine on the voice chat thing. Gonna finish up this boss thing and probably be done for the day, honestly. Hopefully Billy's around tomorrow. He said he would be around today, but... you know, Billy does Billy things.
This is your late.
Boop,
Hope
boop,
you can handle this.
boop.
I've got this. Storm's coming. Game over. Can you handle this?
Done already? Alright, so now that you're level 200, you have to do the 6th job,
Heavy.
or 5th job unlock, I should say. Not 6th job. One of the portals is in Hennessy. One of them is in Pantheon. And then the final one, I will show you how to get to that one, because that one's a bit more troublesome to do. It's the Hennessy Bowmaster area, so the furthest house to the right when you teleport to Hennessy. I guess you gotta get... once you get to the portal phase, if you're looking for the goddesses, tell me that, and then I'll explain these spots, because you have to get to that in the first place. Oh, for me. I'm not done quite yet. I still have, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... like... we've got another, like, 20, 30 minutes, probably, of stuff before I'm done. When I was saying bossing, I meant, like, all my bosses, not just this boss specifically. Hey, a ring box. Now, can we hit a ring restraint 4 or a continuous 4? Okay? This Kinesis has had a lot of chances, but not a lot of luck. Weapon jump 1. At one point, I'll have every single weapon jump. Not a good thing to have every single weapon jump. If anything, it is a very bad thing to have every weapon jump. Because that means you've missed a lot of rings. Ah, shit, it procced. Ah, whatever. Oh yeah, this is the continuous ring thing I was talking about, actually. So, it's... let me see, get you the exact timers. Yeah, so it has a cooldown of 12 seconds and a duration of 7 seconds. If this was level 4, it'd have a duration of 8 seconds. So you have 4 seconds of downtime, 8 seconds of uptime. So, like, yes, do you need to think a little bit when you're pressing your burst? A bit. Is it that hard to pull off? No. Even if you don't think it, most of the time, by the time you're doing your burst, it's going to be following in through your damage. And you'll just miss, like, a 2-second window or 3-second window. What was I going to do? I was talking about that, and I was going to activate a Sarams, and this. There we go. Next couple of sunny Sundays might be useless for you. I don't actually remember what the sunny Sundays are.
Yeah, you're done.
I'm, like, pretty bad about sunny Sundays, to be honest.
All right. I've got it.
Until it's the day before, I don't really pay attention to them or I always forget what day it is for them.
Can you handle this? Here.
I got booped. And I got a rock lander on my dome again. All I've got to say is if there's ever something that gives me, or has rocks involved, I really got to be worried for my life. Because I'm really bad at dodging them, apparently.
Take this.
Because for sure your video game skills translate over to real life situations. Smile. You prefer Monster Bloom, Free Droplets, and easier Solarita? I generally don't know what the next two Sunny Sundays are. I'm gonna have to look and see. The only one nowadays that I don't really care for is like Honor. The Honor one is like whatever to me for a lot of my characters. Something to do with ability? Yeah. Outside of like random Yule characters that I might care for getting them an ability. Not much use for honor rerolls for a lot of my characters. Guess the Kinesis could make use of it trying to roll something.
Nope.
Actually, maybe my AB needs it. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Rush. Feel the pressure. Here, take this. Can you handle this?
Just a bit of damage was taken.
Gotcha.
Bit of damage is continuing to be taken. Holy moly. Alright, enough of this here. We'll just invuln it, because why not?
Hope you can handle this. Whoa. Yeah. Nope. Huh.
Okay, there's a lot of rocks on this platform. I'm gonna go to the top side, because screw you, boss. Two of the three stones are yours. Okay, so the final one... I need to go to the... It's the Dark World Tree. You need to click where the main map is for... Oh shit, 1 second here. Oh, I am royally screwed because I didn't look where it has to go. Not here. Over here. Okay, so we just need to block this. And we should be good. Yeah, okay, we're good. It's the Dark World Tree, which, to get to it, you need to go through... Why am I forgetting the name of it? Is it in the guide?
All right. Watch this.
Let's see, is it in here? Wait, was that it? No, that's Crimson Arc Castle. Deserted Camp is the teleport for that one. In the guide.
Gotcha.
I don't know if you'll have access to it though. I don't know what that unlocks that or not.
It's on.
So predictable. This time for real. You lost on the first turn.
Oh shit, the box. I'm gonna break the box. this. We pop the familiars, and then I'll break this box, and then I can literally show you on the map where to go. Of course I get the slime ring. Every character... Well, actually, no, I can't complain. The Canada did get it this week. Alright. Give me a second. We're on a boss map. These don't exist as actual maps. But, in the Maple World, Victoria Island, 6 Path Crossway. Dark World Tree. Yeah. And this deserted camp is where you need to get to. If you go... How many clicks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 clicks. It's the final teleport over here. Deserted camp. If you have access to that. Otherwise, it's just a quick jaunt to 6 Path Crossways into Dark World Tree. Okay, we are not doing Lotus and Damien. We need to go do Will and Gloom. Alright, Will, this is the one character I don't want to be a smarter person on, okay? So don't give me a book. Let me continue being dumb. Book where? The 2 books that I'm using on this, or have, already have my int book. I don't need a second book for, or a third book at this point.
I'll cross that line. Can you handle this? Storm's coming. Take this.
Yay. We need to read up on these bosses.
Here.
There's definitely a lot of things I've learned that I never would have known without Twitch chat. I will say that much.
You lost on the first turn.
Huh.
Overkill.
It was meant to be a terrible pun. I know what you were trying to go for, but, you know, those terrible puns, we just, unless they hit really good, I just completely ignore them and just bulldoze over without even trying.
I love this track.
If the pun ain't the greatest, we just bulldoze over like we never even saw it in the first place.
Nope.
That's what I get for taking my hand off the keyboard because I want to scratch my face. He tornadoed me and I lose my extra life.
See ya.
Thank you for your contributions, Will. I hate you.
Let's get wild. Whoa. It's heavy.
Your day loses it when you say a pun. I mean, a well-timed dad joke or pun is actually funny. I know a lot of people cringe at them and don't like them, but they definitely have their moments. You can't just be doing them 24/7. But if you get them right, they're good. The best are when you unintentionally make a joke and you don't even realize it. And then you make people laugh and you're like, you just kind of roll with it sometimes because you're like, I don't know what I just did, but I did something. Bind you up.
Watch this. Yeah. Got something. You like that? Gotcha.
Job advance done. Got the first symbol. Nice. So now you need to activate the events.
Gotcha.
So
It's on.
in the light bulb, just go through and activate all of them by just like talking to them and just, oh, I forgot to give you a nice tip and trick. Give me a second here to kill this boss. I have like 2 more minutes. You can start activating the events though, but I will give you a nice tip for making it way easier to activate stuff and do that type of stuff.
Let's get wild.
Let me try and speed this up a little bit here. He's being quite the jerk.
Bye.
Come on, just drop dead already. Okay. Ah! I actually got hit. Oh. That's rare. Come on, give me the green aura. You know you want to. That is not the green aura, that is the bad time. There we go.
This is your nightmare. I've got this. Want to see something cool? It's on.
Yay, and he'll almost be dead after this.
So predictable. This time for real.
There we go. Well dead. Wait, now we gotta loot the boss, and then after this I can tell you the tip I want to tell you. Do that, do this. Oops, that's the wrong button.
See ya. I love this track.
Alright. Well dead. Let's hop out of here. So, the one thing I want to tell you about is in your keybinds. If you put the NPC/gather on the Y button instead of spacebar, it defaults on space, right? If you put that on the Y button and you're doing your like dialogue checks with the people, the Y button is automatically defaulted to being the yes command also. So if I talk to an NPC, let's just talk to an NPC. Sure, there's an NPC. Right, so I want to talk to this guy. I can just hold Y. Well, it doesn't have a yes or no thing. But you know how there's like the yellow yes and red for no? And it defaults if you hold spacebar to no? Item burning issue with the item burning box. What's happening with the item burning box? Can you not use it or something? I don't see why that wouldn't be... Oh, that is cap sensitive. Do you have a weird character in your name? For the name you made? But you have to actually put your character's name, not character name slash claim. So like if I were to do it for this character, it'd be Rin7, like this, slash claim. Hmm. Trying to think then. Is it actually dumb and it requires you to type slash character name slash claim? Or character name slash claim? And it's not actually like the character's name? No, it's usually the character's name. Hmm.
You feel that?
What's your in-game name? Yeah, usually that's not that usually it's not a problem. Rayonic slaps. Hmm. So you've tried with both of them having the capitals. You've tried, I assume, without having the capital on the second one where the slap part is? And slash claim? If neither of those worked... Has anybody else ever had issues picking up the box? Or claiming something on their character? Really, that hit me. Holy moly, I'm getting tentacled like crazy. This is crazy.
What a rush. Let's get wild. I've got this. Take this. It's heavy. Game over.
You can skip that event for now, and just go to the other ones and activate those.
You like that? Here, cat. Take this.
And come back to that one in a second. I'm trying to think of, like, is there something specific you need to do for that burning box? Like, that would, no, but if you're getting to the character type thing, it's just, at that point it would just be claiming it, so. Anything I'm saying makes no sense.
Gotcha.
Maybe try logging out and back in. Maybe there's just some weird bug because of you leveling up.
Bye. See ya.
That's one other thing you could try doing. She says you have to enter it correctly.
Nope.
Can you take a screenshot of the message of like before, like where you're supposed to type it in? Can you take a screenshot of that? So I can just see the exact message and see if there's anything weird. Or if I can remember anything from seeing it that I'm like, oh yeah, it's this. Because off the top of my head, I can't think of anything.
Take this. You forgot something.
So predictable. You lost on the first turn.
Bye. Gotcha.
World name.
Take this. I'll cross that line.
So they mistyped on it, and I see, or
It's heavy.
okay,
It's heavy.
that I was like, what could be happening that's causing this issue? And the world name is not what I would have thought.
Take handle
Well, at least we figured it, or at least you figured it out. You got to the bottom of it.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah. Once you've activated all the events, I'll tell you what you have to do. Because you're about to level from level... Well, it's going to take a bit here. It won't be instant.
This
But
time for real.
you're about to level up real quick. Once I tell you what to do.
Overkill. All charged up. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, technically you haven't done that yet. But we'll get to that in a second. You don't need to worry about that for now, right away. I really left you with 0.5% HP?
Got something.
Seriously? Ah,
Sit down.
there we go. Okay. Let me just get this final boss done here. I don't think... I have a Kronos ring that I need to get and try to get, but that's not that hard to do, so we'll be fine.
Gotcha.
Give me another ET this week. What's that? Oh, it's a guild thing. Okay. So you've activated all the events? You just have the hyperburn thing that's not letting you do it right now? Do I need all the events? You should. As long as you have the co-op event Waking Power of Time, that's the main overarching event. As long as you have this thing, that's like the main thing. You don't need to worry about Ride or Die. You don't need to worry about... You don't need to worry about the Arthur's equipment rental, the Genesis Pass if that's there. You don't need to worry about these two. Ride or Die you don't need to worry about. Not right now anyways. It might be the Arthur's equipment rental. This is useful to have activated, so it's fine to watch this cutscene. If it's the Ride or Die thing, you were eventually going to do it, so it's fine. Yeah, you can skip Vanishing Journey by just talking to an NPC. There will be a quest here, and it'll ask you, like, do you want to skip this? And you type skip. Real simple. It was Arthur's? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. You would eventually have done that quest line, or that thing in the future. So to do the Vanishing Journey thing, there should just be a quest in your light bulb.
Checkmate.
At the top. That's something related to it. And it'll ask you, like, do you want to skip this? If I go, let me go to Vanishing Journey and... Actually, I'll come... Give me a second here, actually. We'll do... Do I care about Ikichi? Ikichi with drop rate? No. Okay, I'll just swap over. You skip the Vanishing Journey. Okay, now you should be able to access the 200 Hyperburn rewards. So claim those.
You need a minute. See ya.
Twilight Eve. For sure you need Twilight Eve. The MapleCon stuff is also good to claim, but you don't need to worry about, well, you should probably claim those also. The Ren stuff is only available if you're actually a Ren.
Time for real.
Yeah, you definitely need the Twilight Eve. That's the major event that contains like all the other events in it. Gonna be a few steps once you finish activating that. Just tell me when you have that activated and it has all its sub-events that open up from the Twilight Eve activated. There's gonna be a few things I need to show you and tell you about.
Nope. Bye. I'll cross that line.
This time for real.
Thank you for the follow, Ryonic. Can I just up jump onto this platform? I like did 4 up jumps to get to this platform. Like how why am I so bad at up jumping on this class sometimes to get to that platform?
You lost on the first turn.
But yeah, once you have the Twilight Eve activated, it should open up something called Waking Power of Time, Avernia's Bounty, Bloom Herb Basket, Seeking Traces of Time, and have a move to event map thing. And also there is something called Sasori Stroll that would also be something you need to activate. Trying really hard to space my way through this thing. There's no rush. It's long, but once you did it once for your character, your entire account has it. Like, you don't have to redo this each time.
For real.
Like, if I were to go activate it on a character that I haven't played yet with the event activated, you'll be able to just, like, you just talk, and it's like, do you want to activate the events? And you're like, yes, and then, boom, you're done. Simple, easy. Hate cutscenes in a game like this? Well, thankfully for you,
No limit.
they're few and far between.
So
That you can't just
predictable.
skip out right nowadays.
So predictable.
This is unlocked in MapleCon. Okay, so in your thing on the side, when you look at it, if you click on Co-op Event Waking Power of Time, it pops up this menu. Okay, so step 1, I don't know how this works because I've been just getting it every week, but click on this Get Effect button. In theory, this should give you all these rewards. A lot of this stuff is just cosmetic things, but these effects right here are very nice. It did? Okay. So step 2 is now if we look at the sands of time. Each sand of time is 1,000 mob killed. What you need to do is kill some mobs to get to 1,000, claim this sand of time. It's going to give you something called Avernium. Now if you look at the shop in the bottom, this little open shop button in the bottom here, and you'll probably have a 0 here because you have no Avernium. In this shop, what you want to buy is in the growth, scroll down, these Spiegelet's Golden Strawberry Farm one-time entry passes. Your goal right now is to go kill mobs, get enough to buy these tickets. You can buy 5 of them a week. It's 1,000 points. And this is going to get you from level 200 to like 225 after you do these 5 tickets. So, go out to any map that's in Arcane River. So, like, you could literally go to the map right beside you that you exited to kill that first little Urda mob. Kill like 1,000 mobs, get the Ascend of Time. That'll give you some to get this. The other thing is in the check-in, Avernia's Bounty. You can click on this special exploration thing here and activate this. It's going to give you a couple of rewards. They're not super important to worry about right now because you won't be able to fill up all the check-ins this week and you've missed a ton of them, but you can do this 5 times a week and you have 7 days. So, just click on this in the Avernia's Bounty and it checks you in. Everything else, you don't really have to worry too much about. But yeah, your goal is to get those tickets and be able to activate, like, level up. Let's sell my boss crystals. But yeah, that's going to be it for me today, though. I have finished my bossing. I'll be back tomorrow with some more MapleStory stuff. We'll be doing dailies, the standard, more bossing. Hopefully Billy's here and we do our duo bossing stuff. We'll have to see what happens there. Billy's doing Billy things right now. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. If you enjoy the stream and you're not already following the stream on Twitch, give me a follow there. If you're on the YouTube side of things, give me a like and a sub over there. Helps a lot. And I have a Discord server that you can join into. Here is the link on the Twitch side of things, and here is the link on the YouTube side of things. But that's going to be it for me today. As always, I'm always in my Discord, so if you have any questions or need any help, just PM me or ask in the Discord, and once I see it, I'll help you out. We'll be starting up stream as usual tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. EST. Or 4 p.m. EST. You'll see the message when I go live. I usually post when I'm starting stream. But yeah, if you have any questions around it, just message me on Discord or ask. But that's going to be it for me today. Thanks everybody for watching. And may you have better RNG than I do. Bye-bye!